T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Para bailar la bamba, te necesito una poca de gracia pa' mi patria. Y arriba, ay arriba, por ti seré. Yo no soy marinero.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! Happy Cinco de Mayo. Oh man, I got a little taco on my truck. I got, give me taco. Wait, taco. Tacos. Taco. Margaritas. Margaritas. Oh, I'm sitting low on my rider here today. I didn't realize I was sitting low. There we go. It's my Pac-Man hand eating that taco. Mmm. I think I know what I'm eating tonight. Just saying. Won't be top ramen. Not tonight. Keto says, we're drinking today. That's right, Keto. No, no, no. I haven't had a few. I have not had any. I'm high on sleep. I got so much sleep yesterday. Oh my goodness. It was much needed catch up sleep, I think. Good morning, everybody. Just kind of reading through what you guys are saying here. This song reminded me it's Cinco de Mayo. and Danny, Mother's Day is coming up. Just saying, just throwing that out there. The tramp is lowered. It's the low rider. Low rider. Get a little lower. Yeah, it's riding low. It's full of tacos and margaritas. Good morning. Thanks, old hippie. I like my taco. Danny says that's for the reminder of Mother's Day. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. My grandmother is still in the hospital, but she's doing better and better. Yeah, it is. I think it's a pretty fly ride. Taco with you all. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I always have to put extra cheese on my tacos. I like a cheesy taco. I do like me a cheesy taco. Hey, I wanted to show you guys something. I had this conversation with somebody not too long ago, and I've been wanting to kind of show you guys a little bit. I don't want to scare you because I think some of you guys might be a little scared by this, and I actually would be. This should make you feel really bullish. So hopefully that's going to be the takeaway. But I want to show you something here. Short interest owners. Hold on one second. That'll do. All right, I'll drag this over. Let's see, got to get rid of my information. I had this conversation. It's something I wanted to kind of show you guys. So we're going to write down, these are the short interest companies. So we got Susquehanna, sus, very, very sus. Number one with 12.6. This is reported off of first quarter. It looks like every single one of these are based off of first quarter data. So it's not current live data, but it's most current data we could possibly have. 683 is number 2. Simplex is number 3. Number 4 is Citadel. Number 5 is Jane Street Group. I think I'm going to look at the top 6. Jane Street, Group 1 Trading. Maybe we'll do top 7. Group 1T, and then IMC. I'm on Fintel's website. Alrighty, now, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go back over. If you go to owners, you can go to the short interest owners, and you can pull up that information. You can sort by shares, sort by shares, sort by shares. Say that a couple times real quick. And then you can go back over to institutional owners, right? And once you go over to institutional owners, you can scroll down a little bit, and there will be a little, if your internet's faster than mine, there'll be a box here that's already showing. It says search, and you can just type in the name. So the first one's Susquehanna. Now, this is what I want to show you guys. Susquehanna has more calls than they have puts. 15.3 to 12.6. Just notice which way they're hedging. They're hedging towards calls. More calls than puts. They have 108,000 shares. All that information is from recent. 683. 683 has more puts than calls. So I'm going to put a star next to each one that I wrote down on my desk that has more puts position than calls. So they're truly short on the company. Next one is Simplex. Simplex has more calls than puts. They have 5 million calls to 3.8 million puts. Citadel. They have 7 million calls to 3.7 million puts. Jane Street. 13.7 million calls to 3.2 million puts. 13.7. It's huge. That's Jane Street. Group 1. Group 1 has more calls than puts. IMC. They have more calls than puts. All right. There you have it. Top 7 short interest companies. 1 out of 7 has more puts than they have calls. And that's 683. Out of the top 7 highest companies. They're hedging more towards the side of upwards movement in price than downwards movement in price. Don't know if anybody's shown that. Don't know if anybody's shown you guys that. They're hedging for upwards momentum. They're going to need to make money if this thing starts to run. They need to make money if it starts to run. Because that short interest, it's not going to be in the money. Sorry. I can't help but laugh at them. I can't help but laugh. We were right. We were right all along. Let me spray the glasses. Let me spray the glasses and we'll take a look at what's going on today. I like to try and give you guys, for those of you who wake up nice and early, I like to give you the early bird gets the worm. I like to give you a little bit of a presentation in the morning that nobody else really gets the rest of the day. Yeah, very interesting, right? Right, Francis? If this is such a bad play, then why are all the short interest companies going long? No, it has not always been the case at all, Keto. That is not. It started changing. It started Keto. One of the first companies that started doing it was Citadel, and it was back in November that they started doing this. So, yeah. Good morning, Miss Tahiti. Thanks for the appetizer. That was your queso and chips right there. Queso chips and guacamole if you like it. I don't like guacamole. Don't hate me. I just don't like guacamole. I can eat it, but I'd rather not. It's kind of tastes like poo poo. I don't know what poo poo tastes like, but it's not tasty to me. I don't like it. It's just like, oh, slimy. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. California butter is delicious. Is that what they call it now? California butter? I've never heard it called California butter before, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my wife's getting home here. She ran out to get the coffee. Why is the dividend not being talked about more? I feel like this is the dagger that ends it all. Oh, you can imagine why it's not being talked about. Um, I can imagine only why that's not being talked about. Everybody forget that there's something out there that's really terrible. All right, let's pull up price predictions and the likes and start taking a look at our data from yesterday. Oh no, Alan. I think the reference to the dividend is I think Greg's talking about GME. Let's see here. Hold on one second, and I will pull up. The wife has the coffee. I'm anxiously awaiting. Let me log into Fidelity real quick, and we'll get the numbers started. Sometimes I want my dog's energy. He's like running laps right now. Oh, rabbits? Oh no, this will be fine. Thank you. Coffee. Oh, it's a big one. It's a big coffee. Coffee with a stick. All right. Coffee. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm set up on the page here, ready to go. Let me move a couple things over and we'll go through the numbers. We'll run through them. Move that. Move this. Oh, they're borrowing some. I just noticed as I was moving some pages around, they're borrowing some shares today. All right. First things first. Gonna need that. All right. Starting on the top left-hand side of the page here, price prediction tallies. The ending price yesterday was $15.72. I had 14.75 to 17.75. Eric had 14 to 17. Keto had 14.13 to 17.13, and Monty had 13.50 to 16.50. Every single one of us gets a point. We are all doing really well this week. Who's going to be the guy that slips up first? It'll probably be me. And it will probably be today. And the reason that I say that is I'm actually going to go low today. Historically speaking, when we have green days on Wednesdays, we have like a 13% chance of having a green day on Thursdays, which is really, really low in the numbers. When you compare apples to apples, that is really low. Coffee. Short exempt volume. Ooh, big spike in short exempt volume. Wow, what the heck just, oh, that's not it. Never mind. Just kidding. Not a big spike. I was looking at the wrong number. But there was a spike. It did go from 39.5 to 55.6. It's almost double. Utilization. Drum roll, guys. This might be day number 61. Let's refresh it. It says 100. Let's just verify that the date's accurate. May 4th, 100. Congratulations. That is 61 straight business days, trading days, of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase was a 1.35% increase in price. Is that right? Yeah, 1.35. So up 1.64, up 1.35. Thank you for the coffee. Off exchange. The numbers an hour before market close was 47.11 and 14.85. Let's give that a refresh and see what our final numbers were for the day. 45.83 and 14.07. Let's do a little bit of maths. We're going to maths here a little. Let's add those together. 59.9, not even 60%. That's about 4% lower than what we're used to seeing on average. Low volume does tend to see that happen. Looking at that Vortex data again. Our estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 19.08%. We'll do a deeper dive into Vortex data here on the charts in just a minute. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, you will notice that there's institutional shares long. Let's give that screen a refresh. It was 100. Oh, that is refreshed. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember refreshing this yesterday, but at some point yesterday, I must have refreshed the screen, and it went from 189.032 million down to 188.885. So let's give that a refresh again and see where it's at now. It's back up to 189.016. Max pain was 1750 to start off the week. Went down to 17 on Tuesday, 1650 on Wednesday. Today, I'm going to guesstimate that it's going to be at, let's see, 1650 still. It is 1650. And there's options. Those guys trying to win those lottery tickets way down at a $51 strike price. Yesterday there was 8,000 contracts. There's still 8,000, so not a whole lot of increase there. And let's see, what do we got going on for calls versus puts? Highest amount of call options coming in open interest at $16. Yesterday there was 10.6 thousand contracts. There's 10.7 today. On the puts at a $14 strike price, there was 10.1 thousand contracts yesterday. There is now 7.9. So a lot of put positions closed. Taking a look at the other page here, let's do a deeper dive into what's going on with Vortex. data. Zoom in on our 61 straight business days of utilization being 100%. Here's our on loan amount increasing pretty massively from 130.67 to 132.6. So a 2 million increase roughly in shares on loan. That should have a decreasing effect on loan average age per day. It did. That number is still diving. When this reaches a bottom, we count 15 business days before we see an increase in price. Also note too, I mentioned to you guys that yesterday would have been the last day for this dip right here. With this 3-day rise in price that we had, I think that would probably constitute this dip right here that we had. It wasn't that great of a price increase. Let's see, the lowest that we would have had was 1461 up to 1591. So a buck. We got a buck out of that dip. $1.30. Is that how much? Yeah. $1.30 out of that dip. Vortex estimated short share interest of the free float still rising with the on loan amounts going up. That means short share interest of the free float went from 18.92 to 19.08. That will continue to rise more shares that are taken on loan, unless it's not short interest. AMC and Jimmy did not make it to the top 10 list because of low volume, but AMC is still kind of holding strong at 18th spot with 64% buys to 36% sales. GME coming in at 25th at the end of the day yesterday with 67% buys to 33% sales. Which is good to see. You know, if we're rising in price, it's good to see that we still have a good buy to sell ratio. SSR is at 14.15. No shares available to borrow. They wiped out the 350,000 they had here. ETFs are the only thing that seem to be left available, and they've been borrowing out of those. Let's check out and see how many total shares. Yesterday, the total amount of shares that we witnessed borrowed was 2.1 million, which is a little low. .24. Okay, I've got 1.35 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. I would mention fees, except for there are no fees when they have no available shares. 124.1 thousand contracts out of the money for the calls versus 10.6 that are in the money. 42.3 thousand contracts are out of the money versus 35.3 that are in the money on the puts. Nasdaq is up. Was up yesterday 3.19. Dow Jones was up 2.82, and the S&P 500 was up 3.05. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I can't think of what his name is. Son of a gun. One of the famous guys from Michael Burry, I think it was. I think Michael Burry might have posted some. Cassandra, the Twitter name Cassandra, posted a comment the other day about how some of the biggest spikes on the markets that have happened just before some of the biggest falls in the markets in the past history. I'll have to go back and look that up and read it to you guys, but just to kind of quote him a little bit better. But Hang Seng was down 0.36 yesterday. Shanghai was up 0.68. FTSE China down 0.39. A little bit of a mixed market on the eastern side. It does look like Europe did pretty well. In the pre-market today, this morning, IWM is down 0.66, Tesla is down 0.9, Amazon is down 1.45, Cinemark is down 0.56, Doge is down 0.71, Bitcoin is down 0.45, GameStop is down 1.12. HYMC did something really interesting last night in the aftermarket hours. For those of you who did not catch it, they had a nice little run. Look at this bad boy. Holy Toledo. Leaving people wondering what the heck's going on there. According to Benzinga, several higher grade intercepts were identified on site, including a high grade silver Vortex deposit. And the initial results from our 2021 drill program also returned higher grades than previously known at the mine, said Diane Garrett, president and CEO of Highcroft Mining. Our work also revealed that silver may be underestimated in the resource model due to a lack of assays for silver values. Assays? I don't know what that is. It's a weird word. It's probably like another word for an assessment. Highcroft Mining is now identifying targets for a drill program to optimize the high grade and district potential of the mine. Gold production totaled 5,358 ounces in the first quarter, while silver production totaled 16,861 ounces, which was in line with the company's forecast. Highcroft Mining said it ended the quarter with 172.8 million in cash. I think they just did really well for themselves. A lot better than they thought they were going to do, and they're reporting back on what they have and what their mining is looking good. So price jumped up in the aftermarket 30. I think it was like a total of like 33% or something like that. But it's come back down in the pre-market this morning a little bit. So it's only up 28.57. Nearly broke $2. Was 1.98. Hood is down in the pre-market 1.93. AMC is down 0.76. Yesterday we had more outflow than inflow by a total of roughly $4 million. So far this morning we've traded about 7,140 shares. Extremely low volume. On the weekly, do we have our crossover yet? I'm wondering if we'll get our crossover starting next week on the Vortex indicator. On the Vortex indicator, it's showing no crossover yet as of yet, but we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.82, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.05, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.97. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.28. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI is 52.02. So 5-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour all have kind of like average RSIs, I think it was, and then low RSI on the daily and the weekly. We have room to move either direction, quite honestly, based on those indicators. Whenever we see these rabbit poops like this, I always kind of think of it as like low liquidity. Seems like the volatility is pretty high. me get rid of some of these messages here, and then I'll check out what you guys are saying. Yeah, so next time somebody wants to tell you there's, that AMC is not a good buy, then you ask them, why are all the hedge funds going long? You just ask them those kind of questions. Throw them for a loop. What do you mean? They're short on AMC. Are they really? Are they really? or, or are they afraid? Myself says, do you guys understand what Casey is saying when he is reading the numbers? Well, let's talk about the Vortex indicator. As far as the Vortex indicator goes, this kind of shows you like a little bit about what is going on with buying pressure and selling pressure. So the buying pressure would be the white line in this case, and the kind of burnt orange color is our selling pressure. So if you see the angle of attack on the white line as going down, then your buying pressure is low, but your selling pressure is kind of flat across. But because it's not angled down to the angle of where the buying pressure is, it's got more selling pressure. It's really there's not really as it's kind of even selling pressure really, but just because the selling pressure is not angled down like the buying pressure is, it's creating a divergence. And that means that there's more selling pressure here than there is buying pressure, meaning that the width between the two lines is going to get greater apart, creating more space between buying and selling pressure. As far as RSI goes, your relative strength index kind of gives you like an indicator. Let me kind of make this a little bit bigger here. This indicator helps you to see where there's buying pressure and selling pressure when it's overbought and oversold in the market. So anytime the RSI is below 30, then the price of the stock is oversold. Anytime it's higher than 70%, it's overbought. So as relative strength gets higher and higher and higher, you're going to tend to see it start to come back down. It's an oscillator. It moves up and down, and it always tends to, as it reaches peaks, if I come back out to say like the hourly, as it reaches peaks, you'll see it come back down and test bottoms. It heads back up, comes back down. And it's just an oscillator that kind of helps you to see where there's potentially a turning around point. Once it gets down to those 30% numbers or lower, you tend to see a reversal. Once they hit 70% or higher, again, you tend to see a reversal the other direction. So too high means you're going to see a sell-off. Too low means you're going to see more buying. So you're kind of looking to see if this matches with Vortex indicator. If Vortex indicator is saying, for example, here on this hourly, Vortex indicator, this is probably a really bad one to look at, but you can see that on the hourly right here, you can see there's a lot of buying pressure coming in compared to selling pressure. There's a huge divergence and a crossover that just happened within the last hour. RSI is really high, so you could expect there to be a short run of some sorts upwards, because there's not a whole lot of room to move up on RSI. I mean, it's at average at 54.29, so it does have room to move, but not as much as if it was down lower at the bottom towards 30. So this is showing good strength right here on the hourly interval. If we were to move to the daily, you can see on the daily that you have a lower RSI down in the 41 range, below average, and you have higher buying pressure than you have selling pressure. There's a convergence happening of the two numbers. They're coming together. They're starting to meet. There's no crossover yet, but when these numbers start to cross over, then that means you're definitely going to have a trend reversal moving in the opposite direction. Now you can already see this bowl shape, very similar to our price structure. Let's see here. If I get rid of all this junk up here, you can probably see it a little better. You can already see in the RSI how, as we've sold off over time, you see this bowl kind of feature in the RSI, and you can see that same thing in the price structure. We've got this bowl shape. And you can see it in volume. Volume even has that same thing going on. So this is that coil being compressed as price moves down, volume moves down. You're getting a compression of a coil, and eventually that compression has to spring. And once it does spring, that's when you get a huge movement going back up. And you can already start to see RSI starting to trend back towards upwards again. It's done a couple different times. There's been a couple different points in time where we've seen RSI kind of trend back up, and then it goes back down again. So the question is how much further is this going to trend down? Right now it's at 41.05 on the daily. Does it have further to go down? It absolutely does. 41.05 is not oversold. 30% is oversold. Yeah, volume's really low, 7,390 shares so far. So hopefully, I like to thank you for saying that myself, because every once in a while I do like to talk about that a little bit so that people do understand what I'm talking about. I don't like to assume how many people here know the information, so I appreciate you for bringing that up. Is the crash is on, or did Powell save the day? JG says. Quite honestly, I don't think they can raise interest rates fast enough. I don't think they can raise interest rates fast enough. But that's what you should do in order to combat inflation. I think they may have waited a little too long. Time will tell. Myself says, nice taco. I'm glad you like my taco. Can I recheck the utilization at 100%? Absolutely, I can, Tim. I'll refresh right now. Still saying 100. Let me just make sure what you're seeing on the page is the right. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I don't have SSR set up so you guys can see that. Hold on one second. That didn't help. There she is. But what is the date? I have 61 straight trading days. I'm looking at it from business days, not necessarily since when. So as far as time goes, it's been 1 week since you. Let's see here. It has been since February 8th was the first day of 100% utilization. And the 7th was the day that we had the security lending volume that was super, super high. like 70 million shares that were borrowed, short-term borrowed. 2 weeks. Can you double check utilization? Oh, no, no, no. Okay, so yeah, okay. So Danny's saying, can you double check utilization? You said May 4th when you read the data, but it's the 5th. I got you. Okay, so utilization is provided from the previous day's information. So anytime we get reporting for utilization, it's from previous day. So I'm looking for yesterday's information. They don't provide the utilization for today until tomorrow. So that's the reason why. So I'm looking for the 4th. You don't get the holy crap, I must have like no lag today because Danny put got you like almost immediately after I said what I said. That is cool. Usually we have like a 15 to 25 second delay, but you got that pretty quick. Yeah, no problem, Tim. I can totally understand why that would have been confusing. But yeah, they don't report utilization data until the next day. No, I didn't switch to the Elon internet. That'd be nice though. But hopefully, we've got 148 people here right now. I'm going to show that Fintel thing one more time. For those of you who weren't here earlier, you might kind of think this is cool. Early birds get the worm here. I always talk about the cool stuff in the morning. But I'll show it to you guys one more time. So I wrote down the top 7 short interest companies, and they are Susquehanna, 683, Simplex, Citadel, Jane Street, Group 1T, and IMC. So we're going to go through those top 3 real quick again here and take a look at their positions. I just want you to note how many of these 7 companies, the top 7 short interest companies of AMC, how many of them have long positions versus short positions in the derivatives. So starting with Susquehanna, because they're sus, they have 15.3 million calls to 12.6 million puts in shares. This is in shares, so you drop off 2 zeros and that tells you how many contracts they have. So that's Susquehanna in this particular example right here have more calls than puts. They're leveraged more towards the price running than they are towards the price not running. That's Susquehanna. And these are in order, guys, the highest short interest companies. 683, they have 2.3 million calls to 6.7 million puts. So they are more leveraged towards the price falling. Simplex. Simplex has 5 million calls to 3.8 million puts. Citadel has 7 million calls to 3.7 million puts. Jane Street has 13.7 million calls to 3.2 million puts. Group 1 has 5.9 million calls to 2.8 million puts. And IMC Chicago has 3.1 million calls to 2.7 million puts. So that's 683. 683 is the only one. 683 Capital Management is the only company that is leveraged more towards puts than they are for calls out of the top 7 short interest companies on AMC. So the next time somebody says to you, AMC is not a good buy, then you ask them, then why are even the hedge funds hedging long? It's a good question. Why? Why would they do that? That should be really, really, really exciting news for you guys. That should make you feel good about your ownership in AMC shares. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I've actually known about this information for quite a while, but I haven't. For example, Citadel went long back in November. And when I first saw it happen, I freaked out. I absolutely freaked out. And I was like, what is going on here? Why in the world did they just go from more short positions to long positions? I figured it out though. Michael Burry. Let's pull up his post. I think it's Michael Burry. I think Michael Burry's the Cassandra, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. There it is. Yeah, I think this is the post that I want to show you guys. I think this is the one. One second, let me just make sure. Yep, that's the one. 12 hours ago, he posted, after 2000, the NASDAQ had 16 bear market rallies. 10% averaging, less than 10% averaging 22.7% before bottoming down 78%. After 1929, the Dow had 10 bear market rallies. I'm sorry, greater than, not less than. Greater than 10% averaging 22.8% before bottoming down 89%. And this is what he's trying to show you guys. Run up, drop. Run up. You got to run up, drop, run up, drop. Massive drop. Sometimes some large runs in the market happen before some of the biggest drops. Sometimes. This would be, if we were to take this image, I'm going to take this image and I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you how this looks like AMC. I mean, you can see how this looks like AMC right now, right? AMC looks like this right now. We see this all the time. This is exactly what we look like dropping down. Little run-ups, little drop, bigger drop downs. This is exactly like what we look like. But if we were to inverse it, oftentimes this is what a run-up looks like as well. You guys ever seen a run-up like this before? I can think of a short squeeze that a lot of people would say is still short squeezing, but I would disagree. But we've seen this lots and lots of times before on many, many charts. But there's a popular, well-known short squeeze that everybody knows that has this kind of profile. Let's take a look. Before we do, we got our pokey stick of volume coming in here. Did you see that? Do you see Tesla's pokey stick of volume? Look at that. That's Tesla's. Our pokey stick of volumes coming in. We had about, what was it, 7,000 shares that we had traded so far, and our pokey stick of volumes coming in at. Okay, it looks like we had like 8,000 shares that had been traded. Our pokey stick of volumes coming in at 32.4 thousand shares. This is going to be another 20 to 40 million share traded day today. Let's go back to Tesla real quick here, and let me just put this on the weekly. Weekly won't show it to you as well. Let me put on the daily. Look familiar? Does that look familiar to you at all? Geez, that almost looks exactly the same. Kind of have like a spike with a tabletop, spike with a tabletop, more of a tabletop-ish pattern, followed by more of a sideways run. Seen that pattern before. Here's the same thing right here. If I were to probably zoom into like a 1 hour on this period of time right here, you'd see the same exact pattern. These algorithms are extremely predictable. You guys got it. Good job, ready for MOASS, and Danny, congratulations, good job. Balaclava says, "What do you think of the executive order for June 3rd?" I know, I haven't even dived into that, Balaclava. That's kind of Boss Blunt's and AMC Bigham's thing, and I haven't really dived into it, honestly. Like, I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I really don't know much about it. I haven't really done too much research on it. I need to do more on it, to be honest with you. Actually, I do want to state something real quick. Do I want to talk about that? No, I'm gonna pass for right now. I'm not really expecting anything out of the whole June thing, either myself. But um, I feel like there's other catalysts that are kind of forming and pointing towards. Like, if you wanted to point to like one specific document and say like this thing is going to be what causes everything to happen, I would say probably not the case, but in conjunction with a lot of things that are just kind of pointing towards, something happening as some type of market catalyst, not just AMC catalyst, but a market catalyst as a whole. I'm seeing a lot of signs of weird things happening towards the end of the month. A lot of things just kind of pointing in that direction. Yeah, I should have a list myself of all the different things, but I don't. But we could all collectively probably start naming them off. GME is another one of them, which is a great example. Um, the TSP thing that's happening, I think it's extremely ironic that they're doing the TSP thing right at the end of the month as well. There's just so much. Casey, here's my price prediction for today: plus $4. Monty says just put me in for $4+. 4 plus on top of what? 1572. 1410 to 1710. Got it. But there's other things too. I don't have a whole list of them written down, but it's like I just keep running into like all the time I see I'll be doing research or something like that myself and I'll be like, "Holy crap, that's at the end of May." And I just keep running into things and it's just like I don't write them down or anything and I just sit there and I go like, "That's insane. That's insane." That's insane. So, but yeah, I mean, I see a lot of indicators that are kind of pointing towards that. Even for example, like the VIX. Um, if you were to look at this on the VIX here and kind of if you were to try and look for potential point in time to where this could start looking like it's going to start taking off, um, this would be the beginning of June, like right here in this time frame. And I could definitely see that happening based off of like historically. Like if you come back here and you look at this before this launch off, you have a break up above, a fall below, a break up above, and then it takes off. We have that very same pattern kind of forming right here on a much larger scale where it breaks out above the line, comes back below, tests below the line, and here you're looking at like the end of the month on the VIX is what the VIX is kind of pointing towards. So, and you can see it's not just this pattern right here to this pattern. You can come back and look at like, some of these other ones that I have drawn out. Where is it? Like this one here. This one's a little bit different, where it breaks above the line, comes back down, never really breaks below the line too much, and it kind of settles on a long-term sideways price movement before running. So this one is a little bit more different, but the pattern, you notice that it never really fully broke below the line here. So what I would say is that that one's a little different. It's not quite the same. This one, same thing as well. This one just broke past the line and just kept going. This one's the one that I compared to though, because we're looking a lot like this just before the 2020 run down in the market on a much grander scale. And the craziest part about this is that this red line that you see in here is the reverse speed line from 2008. And we bounced off that reverse speed line from 2000. So if I take this back over here, you follow this goes to the very top of 2008. I got it locked. Goes to the end of 2008, the 2008 market crash. And then you can see that we had a touch point right here. This is 2015. 2015 had a touch point on the top of that. We had a breakthrough on this one, another touch point here, and the line continues down. and here's where it ends at. Us touching off the bottom of that line here and taking off. This is like a reverse speed line. We bounced off of it and started heading upwards. You know, so if that's any indication of where we're going to start running at, this is where it breaks through here and started running. If this would be considered the reverse speed line right here of this one, it started running after it broke through, retested, and then took off. Broke through, retested, takes off. I mean, there's this, there's TSP, there's GME, there's just, you can just start naming off like just so many different things. Francis, I've been saying it for a long time. It's our brokers. Our brokers are pushing the price down because they're making money in the derivatives. Nobody wants to believe it because everybody's greedy. Everybody who's playing options are just greedy and they just want more money, and the market's abusing them. It's absolutely abusing people who are playing in the derivatives. All of our brokers are trying to milk the market on the front side because guess what? They've allowed people to buy many shares that they don't have and that they're going to have to get their hands on, which means they're going to have to start buying those shares. So they need some money. They need cash. Otherwise they can turn into a Robin Hood. Manjeet, price is making me sick, Casey. My average is around 33. I know. That's the point of it. They're not going to make this easy on you. AMC Panda says, did Fidelity lose all the proxy info for AMC? I want to say that I got a proxy from Fidelity. Let me just check real quick here. Because I want to say I got something from Fidelity not long ago. So let me go to my Fidelity real quick and see what it is that I actually got. Because I want to say that I got my proxy. Let me just check. I got an email saying I had important documents to look at. So maybe, I don't know if that's what it is or not, but we'll see. Let's see here. Man, the phone app bites. Alerts. No. I'm gonna have to do this on the computer because the phone stinks. Let me pull it up on my computer here. Well, this is just as bad. Where in the world is the notifications? Like, oh, there it is. I don't why couldn't I see that before? I kept looking up at the top right-hand corner. I was like, it's not there. Nope. I don't have anything. And it makes me wonder what it was that they I want to change this. How do I go back? This is an option. I don't know if you guys know about this. I just want to warn you about this. And you can set up a money transfer lockdown on Fidelity, just in case, until you're ready to actually move your money. Let me see if I can just figure out how. I know I've put enabled the security before. Um, so I can give you the link to it for those of you who are Fidelity customers. It might be something you might want to consider in case you want to have that. The two-factor authentication is cool. It's great. Is it 100%? No, but it's a great. I mean, it's really hard to get past two-factor authentication. But if you want like that, just one extra layer of preventative protection, not preventative protection, but just protection. If you want another layer of protection, you can turn on that lockdown, and money can't be transferred out of your account. And so you would be notified if somebody turned that off. Morning, Casey. I think it was a disclosure statement. It may have been. I got some email from Fidelity just the other day, and I thought it might have been in reference to that. I don't see it now. I just went into Fidelity, and I didn't see anything listed. But let's see here. 1 second while I set everything back up the way I like it. Cool. All right. So the other portion to that is as far as for the life of you not being able to see how to route to IEX on the computer, you have to have, well, you have to have Active Trader Pro, I believe. I think you have to have Active Trader Pro in order to do that. So if you don't have Active Trader Pro, then you may not be able to do it directly through their site. So you'll need to download that, but you can do it from your phone. There's two different ways to do that. I can provide you a link, I think, maybe, on how to do that. Let me see if I can get you a good link here. I'm pretty sure you can do it through the Fidelity app. Let me just look that up. So it says here to go to general settings and look for directed trading. If you want to go to your little person icon at the bottom of the app, second from the right, go to general settings, choose directed trading, and turn it on. It pops up a flat out warns you that this could cause liquidity issues, but at least it's going through Fidelity's most efficient dark pool BS. So that's apparently the way to do it. There's some people who are saying in the comment section that those orders may not necessarily be being routed to straight to the lit market, though. You're gonna have to do your own DD on that one, guys. I don't know. I don't know what's the truth and what's not the truth. Peter Kwan, I'm all down for it. Yeah, I need to go. I actually want to figure out who said this. Hope for Generation 57 said it was like a statement. Let me just check real quick here. I just want to see what it was. Because I got I want to say that I got the notification about the email. I think it was last night or yesterday, right after market close. And I thought to myself, oh look, yeah, when did I get this? May 2nd. Okay, this says that I got it on May 2nd. That wasn't that wasn't yesterday. Let's see if I see a different one. Okay, that was the last one I got was May 2nd, so maybe it wasn't what I thought it was. And it looks like it might have just been a statement. Yeah, it was just a statement. No, I don't believe IEX is for pre-market, AMC Panda. Lit market is not open. I don't think you can trade on IEX during pre and after hours. I think that would be correct. Keto got you down 1439 to 1739. I have a guest coming on this morning, guys. I'm gonna ruin your day right here. I haven't decided whether I would leave the show running or not, but I have a guest coming on a little bit later this morning, probably around, if I had to guess, 9 a.m. When he comes on, we may talk for like 15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to sign off for the day. It is Cinco de Mayo, nothing special specifically to me, but the person who's coming is special. And so I'm going to take the day off, and he's from out of town visiting, and I'm going to spend the time with him. I could leave the show running, and actually, what I really could do is I could put the Discord up, and if you guys want to talk through the Discord to each other, I could make that available for you guys. You guys could talk to each other and make your own show. You guys can do your own show. I don't know if anybody wants to do that or not, but you guys could certainly do your own show. I mean, we are just here recording history. There's no reason why you guys can't be historical. What do they call them? Historical record keepers yourselves. Yeah, absolutely. I can leave it running. That's not a problem. Of course, if something crazy happens to the price, I can kind of zoom out a little bit and try to keep price on the page to within some range, something like this to like 1450 to 1670, and whatever happens within that range. But yeah, I can leave the Discord open for you guys to be able to talk, do whatever. Ooh, I can't give you that kind of financial advice, Hope. What I can say is this. Remember the 3 golden rules in the description box. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. That is rule number 1. Please remember that rule above and beyond everything that you remember. The only reason that people feel panicked and rushed into trying to get this to MOASS is because they've probably overextended themselves. Don't overextend yourself. Rule number 2, buy and hold. If you're investing more money than you are going to need in the foreseeable future, then you're probably not going to be able to continue to hold at some point. So rule number 2 is buy and hold. Rule number 3, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading. No cash account, or cash accounts only, no margin accounts. Those are the 3 rules. If you live by those rules, there's only levels of participation after that. Those are great rules to live by on any stock play that you have. Any stock play. Absolutely, Donald. You 100% can drive the van. It'll cost you some money though. It'll cost you a margarita or a bottle. It'll cost you a bottle. See, I gotta stock the van. I gotta stock the van with liquor. It might cost you a bottle of liquor that I don't have yet stocked in the van. That would probably be the price of admission to drive it. You can go take it off of Sweet Jumps. Good morning, Super Steven. Good to see you. Oh, Super Steven, I wish you had been here earlier. I kind of went over some information about some of the hedge funds, the top 7 short interest hedge funds, which are SUS, 683, Simplex, Citadel, Jane Street, Group 1, and IMC. Um, Out of those 7, the top 7 short interest companies for AMC, 1 has more puts than call leverage options, and that's 683. The rest of them, especially, I think it was Simplex. It might have been Simplex and Jane Street. Simplex and Jane Street, but all of them are more hedged towards price moving up. They all have more calls than puts. Beverly says I received a proxy for GME and HYMC, yeah, I think he meant HYMC, but no AMC. It's crazy, Stuper. Like, I mean, the only reason hedge funds would start going long is because they know what's coming. They're gonna need the money. They're gonna need the money to leverage their short interest. It's 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 classic. Quite honestly, like any person who sits there and says, you know, HYMC or not HYMC, but AMC is a bad play now, just point them at that information and say, oh yeah, then why are hedge funds going long? That'll really like that'll really just throw them for a loop. This is true, Ty. This is very, very true. And you know, you're right. You're 100% right. I don't know the balance of their call to short or their call to put positions. So, you know, and especially with some of the ones that are closer, you know, where they have like 5 million calls to 3 million puts, you know, you could almost say that there's a possibility that they have more leverage on the put side, even though there's more volume on the call side. So you're right, but the ones like I think Jane Street and Simplex, where they have like one of them had like 13 million to 5 million call to put ratio in shares. They have to be. They're hedging long. They're absolutely hedging long. But you raise an excellent point, and I realize that. I totally realize that. I'm sensationalizing a little bit by saying only 1 out of 7. I get what you're saying, but I think the point still stands though. Donald says we can record an episode of Pimp My Van and surprise Casey when he gets back. Fuzzy dice. Super Steven says, I've said it for a while. We need smart money, and soon we will have it. Retail has the float. They know if a catalyst comes, they want to be long. AMC summer movies coming. Yeah, it's it's like all the stars are like aligning. You know, you can just see. It's almost like it's like when you have an out of phase picture, and then like it just manages to like kind of come into phase, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have like this like perfect picture, and you're just like, ah, yeah, I can see you now. That made me think of something specifically, but I'm not going to say what. Ty says, do you think HYMC will cause a run in AMC today? It's up 28% in pre-market. I actually don't, Ty. I'm actually expecting a down day on AMC. Yesterday I said we would have an up day, which historically speaking on a Wednesday to have an up day is like not very good chances. So the fact that I called an up day yesterday, even with the downwards pressure that we had, we still ended up finishing up 1.35%. I think we're going to have a down day today. I don't think it's going to be much, but I do think that, I mean, historically speaking, Thursday after we have a green day on a Wednesday, historically speaking, having a green day on a Thursday is almost historically impossible. Not There's a small chance, but historically speaking, it's almost impossible. So I'm expecting red today. But what that means is it sets us up for a very good chance of having a green Friday, and that's the good thing. So I'm gonna go with on price prediction. I'm gonna probably go with 1425 to 1725. Hayden, so there's a chance. Yeah, we have like a 13% chance of having a green day today. I actually really need to update this data. I've been pulling these trends. The dates that I have these trends for is from 114 to 114 of 2021 to 2022. I really need to kind of redo my numbers for more current data because we are now into the 5th month of the year. I think I could pull some more current data and paste that in. In fact, I'm just going to do it right now and see how much it changes our numbers. Copy, paste, and let me download something really quick here. I need to revise my statistics here so that I can kind of give you guys like a better representation of what historically we do. By the way, the volume yesterday was 26.3 million shares. And so I'm going to take this. Just give me 1 second while I sort this or filter this data out here. Let's filter by. Actually, I'm going to filter. You guys are probably getting that like blasted at you. Sorry. I'll turn it down a little. There we go. Copy. Did that work? I think it worked. It sure did work. Okay, so where's we? Okay, yeah, that actually made it worse. So we so with my updated new data logs, it's even worse. We don't have a 13% chance. We have an 8% chance, and that's based off of data from 5/4 to 5/4. So that would be including the run up of June of last year, though. So we only have like an 8% chance of seeing a green day today after having a green day yesterday. I also want to note with the updated data that I have here, Wednesdays are no longer our worst day of the week. Thursdays are. Wednesdays used to be our worst day. How much were they worse by? 4%. Now, historically speaking, by a much larger margin, Thursdays are a much worse day for us. Thursdays are 33%. 33 versus 42, so we're looking at like 7, 8, 9% lower than any other day of the week. Wednesdays and Fridays are our second worst days. Tuesdays are our second to first. They're our second best day, and then Mondays are our best day of the week. How much did that fall by? 60, 66, 51. Tuesdays actually increased. We used to only have like a 46% chance of having a green day on Tuesdays. Now we have a 51% chance. Tuesdays actually has changed over the last 4 months. I need to go through. It's really kind of weird. I'm looking at this information. Tuesdays have actually kind of turned into kind of a mixed day for us in the more recent history. Sometimes it doesn't really matter whether we have a green day or a red day on Mondays. We have equal amount of chance of having a green day or red day on Tuesdays. That kind of is how it was for Wednesdays, only there's a much better chance of it. I know that doesn't make any sense. I'm saying things that don't really make sense, but you'd have to see the data that I'm looking at. 2025. Yeah. We have a much if we do have a red day today, our the chances have increased for us for having green days on Fridays. Red days on Thursdays produce green days on Fridays. It is. You should see. I mean, I can pull it up over here for you to see it, old hippie. You should see some of these calculations that we have going on here. But oh shoot, I forgot to warn you. I'm blinding you. Blinding page coming. But if we pull it up here, what I do is I copy and paste over the information from Yahoo. And then essentially what I'm doing is I'm kind of doing like a matrix on it, and I'm running to see the matrix, whether or not it's a green day or not. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The matrix over here kind of it gives like a tally point based on historical data. It gives a little tally point, and then based on that information, and this is probably like I don't make charts pretty if I'm doing them for myself. I just try to make them, and that's it. I don't try to make them pretty for anybody but me. But basically, what it does is this matrix over here, which has like pretty extensive formulas. Actually, it's not. I'm trying to look for one of the longer formulas that we've got set up in here. This matrix over here is basically pulling like a true statement. Where's one of the longer formulas? Maybe. Yeah. So this is probably this column over here is also another type of matrix that we're running over here, where it's a choose weekday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday kind of thing, and it's giving like true false statements based on the previous day's data, and And so it uses these true false statements to provide information over here to the matrix, and then the matrix is spitting out like percentages, right? And it's basically telling you like on Mondays, how many green days and how many red days we had, and then the inverse number of that, giving you a total sum, and essentially what the final representation of data is that like if you were to have on a Monday with a previous uh, Friday being, or the previous trading day, it's not even Friday, but previous trading day being red, what are your chances of having a green day that day, right? So that's what these formulas are pulling up or extracting, and essentially on a Monday, with our most current information on a Monday, you have a 34 compared to like a red day on a Wednesday would produce 25% of the time a green day. So the problem is a lot of people look at these numbers and they go like, wait a minute, but those numbers are less. Most of those numbers are under 25%. Are you telling me that we only have green days like, you know, really low numbers amount? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you. More often than not, we have more red days than we have green days. And in fact, if you look at the total, if you combine these totals, which is this third column over here, 60% of the time we have green days on Mondays, 51% of the time we have green days on Tuesdays. Everything else, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays are all under 50%. And that's 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 big. To me, that's big information to know that kind of thing. Historically speaking, we have red days more often than not, but Mondays and Tuesdays are always good. Wednesdays used to be the worst. Right now, I'm showing you the updated version of this chart. The old version is over here. Um, these are our old statistics, and I just updated it so that it's more current. But this is the old data, and there was only one day of the week where we used to have over 50% of the time that we would have a green day on, and that was Mondays. So you can see that everything else was lower than 50% until I just updated it. Now we have at least one more day of the week, which is over 50% chance, which is good. That's a good thing. But I don't know. That may not make sense to most of you guys. It's like my brain. It's different. It's just different. I see numbers and I do things with numbers that just sometimes don't make sense, I guess. I don't know. Nasir is saying I've been getting multiple emails from JP Morgan about wealth management. That's good. Hey, old hippie, you're welcome. That's how I see life. If you want to see life through my eyes, that's how I see life. I see it compartmentalized. That's who I am as a person. You can't. That's me. I see everything compartmentalized. I have to. I have to see things compartmentalized. I can't help it. I can't make sense of life if I can't compartmentalize the input that I have. Onsite says I received a proxy from GME but not AMC. Called the broker and he said it's coming. I'm in Canada. And for me to put together like an Excel spreadsheet like that in front of you guys would be like next to impossible, by the way. I would never be able to do that. I just can't. I can't work in front of people. It's too stressful. I can feel your eyes watching me. I need to verify. You just said I'm real and accurate. I need to double check my work on that because I just quickly did that on the side. I needed to go through and double check all my formulas and make sure everything's transferred over correctly because I just did a copy and paste of the new data set. So I need to go through and run some verifications on the numbers. For example, like one of the things that you probably saw on the page, hold on a second here. One of the numbers you saw on the page was this number down here, 251. The reason that number is so significant is that's one of my verification numbers right there to verify that that's actually how many days that were traded in the time span, and it's a great way to verify that you had that you have the correct amount of days that are being checked. So in other words, we had, if you take these sums right here over the last 365 days that I have pulled, we had 47 trading days of Mondays, 51 Tuesdays, 52 Wednesdays, 51 Thursdays, and 50 Fridays. So right off the bat, I can tell you right now that there's a little something weird going on here with some of these numbers. It is entirely possible that those numbers are correct. I just have to go through. This entire reason I have this sum line here is just simply I can go through and verify my data and make sure that that is 100% accurate data. I know I can tell you with the original chart here, the number came out to 254. So the fact that this is off by about 3 days might mean that there's some inaccuracies in my data. So I need to go back and kind of check things and see what the differences are here. It looks like the Mondays are right because the first chart has 47. The Tuesdays went down by 1 day. It's possible we may have had like a day off on a Tuesday. I don't know. Let's see what else is off. Thursdays was off by 1 day, and Fridays were off by 1 day. So I just need to go back through and I need to verify holidays and everything and just make sure that this data is pulling accurately. But this is a rough estimate based off of just a quick copy and paste of dates of data. So, but I would expect this is probably pretty close. Pretty close, because most of the data set points in here didn't change by a whole lot. Although Thursdays did change by quite a bit. But I'll figure that out on this. I'll figure that out on the side. Maybe this weekend or something. Make sure I get it. Make sure it's accurate. Yes, I did, Monty. I didn't play it this morning, but I saw all those recommendations when I woke up first thing this morning. But I actually had I had something specific that I wanted that I had in mind for today, just because it's Cinco de Mayo. But I did get it. Alex says, do you think we have more shorting red than closing green days with them tactically inserting retail orders? Casey Shaw, obviously with normal market movements also. You know, I haven't dived into it that deep to see if there's some kind of correlation to that. Let me think about the statement though. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go with an I don't know. It's possible. Well, yeah, hump day is now Thursdays apparently. Cookie Monster says, Casey, if you consider making short vids on trading, you give us great info, but it's tough to find if we have to play back a 9-hour video. I know. I didn't, Cookie, I didn't start this channel to teach people how to trade. This was supposed to be historical information, documenting history. What I would like to do, if we want to do something like that, is that I do DD almost. Well, it's kind of been a little bit. Adam and I usually get together almost every night. We haven't been getting together lately just because I've been either tired or tied up with other things. But we've been doing DD almost every single night, and we do a lot of charting and we do a lot of looking at other stocks. I want to keep this channel what it is. I don't want to change anything about this channel. I don't want to do any more videos. But what I can do is I can offer you a place to go to watch what I do when I do things that are other than AMC, which is the Discord, the back of the Big Tramp. So, and what happens in the back of the Big Tramp stays in the back of the Big Tramp. We don't talk about it here. So, if you want to see me doing DD or you want to be a part of that process, I'm going to put myself, more often than not, I'm going to try to put myself in that room and we can talk and we can look at things together when I'm there. And that's probably the best I can offer. Because I mean, I'm putting in 9-hour days on the stream. So, but I want to keep this channel exactly what it is. I don't want to change it. Yes, Miss Tahiti, I absolutely can. And you know, if I prefer, because I told you guys that it's difficult for me to work in front of people, I'd prefer that you more or less to maybe just you can interact with me. That's no problem. But if you feel like I'm deep in thought or I'm doing something like intense and I'm sharing my screen and you're just watching or something like that, and it seems like I'm intense, just let me do my thing. Let me do my thing, because with the ADD, I gotta focus. Like I have to focus on what it is I'm focusing on. If somebody has a question in the middle of it and I have to think about that, then I've got to take myself away from what it is I'm thinking about, and the distractions can put me onto, like, you've seen me talk on here. I could start talking about anything, and next thing you know, I'm farther and farther away from what it was I was supposed to be looking at. But I don't mind you guys asking questions at all. Like I actually encourage it. If you want me to look at something in particular, like, go for it. Ask away. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for about 15 minutes so I can hit the restroom. And then I'll come back, and I hope that my guest will be here probably around like 9, maybe 9:30ish. Oh, Savvy, you're getting discouraged. I presented some information earlier this morning, Savvy, that I think should help encourage you. And I can cover it again when I come back from the restroom break, just before market open. I'll try and cover through it like really, really quickly. But I'll just say it really fast before I go. Out of the 7 companies that are shorting AMC the most, Savvy, only one of them has more put positions than call positions on AMC. What that means is, more than likely, most of them, not all, but most of them, are hedged long, meaning that they think the price is going to run. So that should be encouraging to you, because if anybody asks you, or if anybody comes up to you and says AMC is not a good play, then you should say to them, really, if that's the case, then why are the hedge funds going long? So anyways, just throwing that out there. Hopefully that will encourage you a little bit. I will step. Do you have an ego sign on your name? Lego my ego. That is really cool. Jay's holding me accountable. I didn't do any writing. All right, I gotta switch over here, guys. And go use the restroom. I'll be back. Let me post up. Oh, that started to drive away there. I can't grab the right one. There we go. Alrighty, guys. I'll be back in just a little bit. Wait. Here we go. I'm gonna lay my seat back and exit properly because apparently it's everything. Wait, I gotta lean the right way. Here we go. All right, I'm low riding now. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back in my taco lowrider. Big tramp. Let's see here. Do I want to cover the information? Let me see here. Hold on a second. Alright, let's cover I guess that information really quick. I do have my price prediction in already. Eric gave me his. He's saying he's got 14 to 17 in here. And that was the same price prediction actually that I think he's had the last 2 days. So he's going with 14.17 again. So all of our price predictions are in. I'm 14.25 to 17.25. I think we're going to be heading down a little bit in price today. I think we're going to have a red day. It may not be a whole lot, but I think there's going to be a little bit of red today. Eric's got 14 to 17. Keto has 14.39 to 17.39, and Monty has 14.1 to 17.1. The interesting thing is that every single one of us has been really, really close. Or not really close, but we've all gotten the price prediction right all 3 days this week. And so we're on day 4 now, and so none of us are disagreeing. I mean, most of us are all kind of in the same price range. So we're kind of, it's almost as if um, we're perfectly set up here to get it wrong and get a missed point, all of us, because the difference is marginal. Eric's the lowest with 14. Keto's the highest with 14.39 as a low. So good chance that maybe something weird happens today and we're all way off. Very good chance. In fact, if you take a look at the daily, our daily indicator right here is suggesting more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.05, which is below average. And you can kind of see a little bit of a trend change in this bull shape RSI movement. So, and it's being confirmed right now as a reversal from this point right here. From this point going forward, you can see the reversal occurring. From right here. Elon to be temporary CEO of Twitter just in. What? Semmel says, is the kitchen sink still in play with 100% utilization? I would say yes. Gus says my taco don't like cheese. He growls when I try to put too much cheese on him. That's pretty funny. Gotta check this news out on Twitter. Elon Musk is expected to serve as temporary Twitter CEO after deal closes. After deal closes. Elon Musk is expected to serve as a temporary CEO of Twitter for a few months after he completes his $44 billion takeover of the company. It's interesting. I talked to my kid, one of my kids. I won't point out which one, but I was talking to one of my kids, and he was like, he said Elon's bought the company, bought Twitter, and I said no, he hasn't bought Twitter yet. They still haven't voted on it. As far as I know, they haven't voted on it. And it has to pass regulatory there is regulatory a commission that has to pass that as well. It has to allow it to go through. Good morning, Robin Hood's gamer. Do you think AMC will begin to squeeze in the pre or post markets? Yes. 100. Like, I really, really believe that strongly. Like, not just like, cause here. Well, I mean, technically PC3, I think we're already in the squeeze. You won't, you won't probably recognize what it is that I recognize to be true. But when this is all said and done and historians look back on this, I think that they will have suggested that the squeeze started months ago. Actually, like almost a year ago. But I know what it is that you're talking about, and you're talking about will the big price swings start happening in pre-market and post-market hours? And I would say yes. And why? Why is because anytime that it happens during market hours, there are circuit breakers that trip and cause price to be unable to swing large amounts in either direction. And that's why it usually happens. The big price movements really tend to happen in the pre-market and after-hour market hours. Doug, 1465 to 1665. Why you only give yourself $2, Doug? You get 3. Give yourself another dollar. That's so confined. Give yourself some more room. Gus says just like we're already in the crash. You know what? You're not wrong, Gus. You're not wrong. When historians go back and look, if there is a market crash, right? Historians will go back and say, yeah, that market crash started long before right now. If you want to look at like right now as a point in time, you'd be like, market's not crashing. Oh, yes, it is. You like a challenge. All right, Milo. I'll let you hold with your $2 price range there. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, PC3, our squeeze started the 13th of May. Just throwing that out there in case you wanted to know. And I have data to support it. But in my opinion, we started our squeeze on the 13th of May. Froggy, good morning. So since Froggy's here, I just want to say something really quickly while Froggy is here. Froggy, you may have not seen the idea of my mom potentially being, or wanting to be a board member for AMC. I know it sounds really strange. Just hear me out, though. She has an incredible work history, that would make her actually a really good representative of the community. Now, I've gone through and I've already emailed to her or texted to her the information that she knows. We ran a poll on the show. She actually came on the show yesterday, did question and answers for a lot of people. But here's what I want. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to take this a step further because overwhelmingly, we had people vote yes, that they would like to see her in after hearing what she had to say and even before hearing what she had to say. Because I've had her on the show before, I'd like to have her come and interview with you, and you can ask her questions, and you can have other people who can ask her questions. I don't want it to just be me. I want the community as a whole to have an opportunity to see what she stands for, what she believes in, and whether or not they think that she would be a good candidate. But I'll leave that up to you. It's your choice. You don't have to say. Please don't feel. I know I'm openly asking you. I probably should have asked you privately, but think about it. You don't have to do it. But I'd like to try and take it to the next step and see if the community's accepting of her. And if not, then we just walk away from it. But it is that time to start the morning pre-show. So I will see you guys after market opens.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Para bailar la bamba, que necesito.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! La 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 la! La bamba! Oh my gosh, happy Cinco de Mayo. I hope you guys are going out and you're getting your margaritas and your tacos on, because I know I will be, I think. I don't know, we might actually wait till tomorrow, I just found out, but whatever, it's cool. If I have to wait one extra day, I wait one extra day, but not a problem. I'll be eating my tacos here soon. Oh man, Cinco de Mayo. Margaritas. All right, I have a special guest that's going to be coming on the show here, I expect within the next hour. I don't think that we'll stick around on the show for very long. I'll leave the show running because that's been the request. I will have the Discord open and I will have I'll put myself in the back of the big van, the back of the big tramp. And if you want to join the talking portion of the show when I leave, you can join the back of the big van, the big tramp, and you can make the show. I'll let you guys do that. Um, it's entirely up to you guys to um, make history today. You don't need me to do it. BioLife says I eat tacos 3 nights a week. It keeps me married. That's good. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that, BioLife. You are what you eat. AP says, have a margarita for me and good times with your special guest. Thanks, AP. I missed out on our DD last night, meeting up with AP. I like passed out. I was way up too late the night before doing poker and completely just passed out on the couch. My wife woke me up at actually I passed out twice. She woke me up at I think it was like midnight-ish. She's like, you were sleeping really good, but I thought you should probably come upstairs and sleep in the bed. And I was like, all right. I actually could have probably woken up right then and there and been awake for the rest of the night because I had gotten so much sleep. But I went for the extra dosage of sleep Z's, and I feel so much better today. I feel so much better. AP passed out yesterday too. We were up way too late playing poker. We're gonna do poker night, guys. We're gonna do poker night. I kind of want to do it Saturday night this week. If you guys are up for it, we can meet in the back of the big tramp and we can set up a poker night. Um, we do like a tournament style. I haven't tested it out to see if we can set up multiple tables, but we can try it. We can set up multiple rooms probably with different tables, and talk and play poker. That'd be fun. I think it would be a good time. It's just fake money, nothing real. We can just shoot the shit, have a good time, and be a community. Milo says, Casey, please explain why the first 20 minutes of market open is crucial. Something about interest or cost to borrow higher. I can't remember what you said or if it was even you. So within the first, let me pull up the data so I know exactly what it is I'm saying. I don't want to give you bad data. There is a period of time, both in the beginning of the market open and the end of the day, market close, where the circuit breakers allow a certain amount of volume, or not volume, a certain amount of price to change without tripping the circuit breakers. Let me just find the data on that so I can give you the exact numbers. Where is it? Here it is. From 9:30 a.m. when market opens to 9:45, the first 15 minutes, there's a 20% change within a 5-minute period of time that the market is allowed to trade within, without tripping those circuit breakers. From 3:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 4 o'clock, basically closed. So the last 25 minutes, same thing, 20%. The rest of the time, there's all the rest of the trading hour, between 9:46 and 3:34 of every single day. It's a 5% within a 5-minute period of time, and a 10% those are the two different. There's like two different thresholds. There's a 5% and 10% change in price over a 5 minute period of time that will trip circuit breakers and halt trading. I still have not found anybody to be able to do the coding for this. Ty was responsible. I noticed here I put in my notes. Ty was responsible for letting me know about cumulative percentages in a given 5 minute time span. But yeah, that's essentially the reason why. And yeah, you know what, Doug? You and me both. If I don't write this stuff down, I forget it. There's just no way for me to be able to remember all this stuff, so I have to write it down. And it's a big topic. It's a topic that everybody wants to know about. But it makes the beginning portion of every trading day and the ending portion of every single trading day a little bit more volatile. Those will be the bigger portions of time where you will see price movement. Keep that in mind. That definitely plays into how you may trade in the future. Just kind of keep that in the back of your head. And then also note that in the pre-market and after-hour trading periods of time, there is no circuit breakers, which is why we see or tend to see some of the biggest price changes during those periods of time. And you're welcome, Doug. Doug. You're absolutely welcome. That's right. Add to your arsenal. So in regards to my mom, I sent her a message. I pulled up in the proxy the information. The Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee considers recommendations for board candidates submitted by stockholders using substantially the same criteria it applies to recommendations from the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee, directors and members of the management. Stockholders may submit recommendations by providing the person's name and appropriate background and biographical information in writing to the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee at, and then it gives the address, or by emailing, and there's a name here, and I won't mention it or the email. Invitations to serve as a nominee are extended by the board itself via the chairperson, and the chairperson of the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee. So that is the requirements by which to get somebody nominated. The next step, as far as yesterday's show when I talked about my mom potentially wanting to be a board member, we voted 71. I think it was 71-28. I know those numbers don't add up to 100, but 71 to 28% for her taking the next step process and going forward and potentially submitting herself as a board member nominee. Or actually, I think somebody else probably has to submit her, and I probably will end up doing that. I just asked Froggy if he would do an interview with her. He said he would. I'm not going to hold him to it. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I don't want you guys to feel bad if Froggy can't get it in before. We need to get some of this stuff done before this weekend. There is a date and time to which I think we have to submit this, and that's Monday. She has to be submitted in before Monday. So we're going to be working really, really fast to kind of introduce her to the community and making sure the community feels comfortable with her. It's a very short period of time. I don't expect everybody to buy on. I really don't. And I'm okay with that. I'm not. If people don't want her to be the nominee, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I get it. I totally understand. It will not. I won't feel offended. It is what it is. I just saw her as a viable option. Brought it to her. She said she would be comfortable doing it. And so we're going through the doors to see how many doors are open for us before they start slamming in our faces closed. So the next step, I'm going to have her do an interview with me this weekend. I want her to do an interview with Froggy. I'd like her to do an interview with Tony, maybe Pantheon if Pantheon's willing to do one with her, and Tony too. I'm gonna reach out to all these individuals. I'm gonna find out if they'd be willing to interview her and present her to the community. I'm gonna make sure that we get her on Twitter and make sure she has her Reddit account set up so we can get her out there and get her information out so that people can see it, so they know who she is. Because after all, if she's going to be a representative to the ape community, people need to have a way to be able to reach her. So we're going to take those steps going forward. just wanted to give you an update on that real quick. I won't touch on that again. It was just a quick little update to let you know that we're still, we're going to continue to move forward with that. BioLife. BioLife says, Casey, I just posted something in DD section. He might be onto something there. Let me check it real quick. Looks like it's a video to George Donahue. I haven't watched that yet. I'll have to give that a watch. Also, it looks like Superlit posted something yesterday from Reddit as well. Math behind Fed printing inflation. I love it. I love that you guys are posting stuff up in there. That's awesome. I'll check that out. Hey, the Big Tramp says, Casey, thank you for everything you do for the community. Thank you for being a shareholder. You're the one that make this happen. You guys are the ones making this happen. If I have nothing to talk about anymore, I'm gone. I'm out of here. You guys are the ones making this happen. Tulip says, I'll tune in for all of her interviews. I hope you guys ask her tough questions. I really want you guys to ask tough questions. Don't go easy. This is going to be somebody who's going to be your representative on the board of directors. Don't go easy on her. Don't you dare. This is your money. You should be extremely concerned about who you put to represent you on the board of directors. 100% concerned. And if she doesn't cut the mustard, then she doesn't cut the mustard. It is what it is. Kale says, happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you, Kale. Guys, I told you a while back that there was an interview with Janet Yellen. Not an interview, but a speech that Janet Yellen made on digital assets to the American University Kogod School of Business Center for Innovation on April 7th. I'm just going to play back. I went back and I found Gary Gensler's three-part mission statement. I haven't found what it is she was talking about yet, but I'm gonna play Gary Gensler's just to kind of remind you guys what his. Are you kidding me? Did it really just start that over? Okay, it's good.
One thing that I've come to believe.
I want you guys to remember his words.
Is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission.
Three-part mission.
Protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Remember that. Remember those words. Those are his three-part mission. Let me just rewind back a little bit here.
Story about the intersection of finance and technology, which have lived in a symbiotic relationship since antiquity. And one thing.
That's where I want to start it at every single time. 1357. I need to remember that number. I want you guys to remember that. That should be ingrained in your heads. His words. Those words should forever be etched in your mind. They should be etched in his mind. They do make bank. Dude Man Diary says, dang, the board members make bank. 100% they do. One of the things that my mom had stated yesterday is that she would donate. I don't know if she would donate at all. I think she would donate a portion of it, a very large portion of it to, she said she would donate it to AMC Cares, which is a program where AMC helps out people in the community. I think that was pretty cool. What are you guys talking about crushes on second grade teachers? I want to thank my second grade teacher for helping me learn to spell. Where did that come from? Anthony Roca, I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry, buddy. If you're hearing this, I'm not taking that. Every single day you come in and throw those out. I just can't. I can't accept those. Read the description. Read the description on what? Oh, that was for Anthony. Okay. Sammy says, I hope she's not going to sell her shares like other members. You know, that's a great thing. I'm sure she would love to hear what the community would like her to do with her shares. If she's going to represent the community, then she probably should listen to what the community has to say. And, you know, if the community just wants her to hold them, you guys should let her know. Lead by example. Oh, the rules are in, they were for Anthony, huh? How can AMC shareholders put our shares we hold to help push Miss Shaw to the board? You know, I don't know that we necessarily can do anything specifically ourselves, KM, other than just acknowledge whether or not you think she's a good candidate. If you think she's a good candidate, then then anytime we do a poll or we try to find out whether the community thinks she's a good candidate, you say how you feel. That's it. I think that's the only thing really that we can do as shareholders that we can do to push her forward. Based on the information that I'm looking at, the board, when we submit her name to the board has to make the decision. So if we poll within the community and the community says that they want to have her as a candidate, that's the only thing we can do. We can just say that we either want her or we don't want her. That's it. If you can read this, thank a teacher. To all teachers out there, everywhere you are, thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you do for our children, the underpaid work that you do to educate our society. Don't ever give up on kids. Maggie says if she has a need to get rid of him, Casey, I'll be happy to take him off her hands. Oh, wouldn't we all? What did we do? We did a price. They get $70,000 worth of shares at $15.20 that we're at right now. I'm just kind of curious how many shares that is. 4,605. It's a lot. It's a lot of shares. Got about 6 more minutes, guys, and we'll cover the numbers. Let's see if Adam Aaron has tweeted anything new lately. I think I read this already yesterday. Maybe I didn't. Adam Aaron tweeting 12 hours ago, perhaps, well, I guess 12 hours ago, I couldn't have read it. Perhaps the best AMC Investor Connect news so far for our U.S. members. Real bragging rights that you will attend a special early access screening of the extraordinary surefire smash hit Top Gun Maverick at 200 U.S. AMC theaters on Wednesday, May 25th. AMC Investor Connect news so far for our U.S. members. You will attend a special early access screening. Hold up. I'm an AMC Invest Connect member. Hold up. What? After more than 30 years of service as one of the Navy's top. Okay, so this is talking about the movie. I don't want to read it. Advanced tickets. Oh, we already saw that. How do I go back? It doesn't say when. So he says here Wednesday, May 25th. So that's 20 days from now. It's on a Wednesday. My wife would be off. We could go see this. She's a shareholder, or she's on the Investor Connect. Let's see. Might be date night on May 25th for me and my wife. Doesn't really give any specifics. Oh, maybe we have to buy the tickets. So that's okay. We could buy the tickets. Advanced screening. You guys can see where I go. AMC Dine-In Tech Ridge 10. What date is this for? May 25th, 7 p.m. Let's see how full it is. Oh, it's already filling up. We better get seats soon. I better tell my wife. I might have to do this tonight. These will be my 2 seats right here. Hopefully they're not gone. That's cool. Adam Aaron looking out for the shareholders. Alrighty, we're trying to break down past beyond $15.07. We got about 2 more minutes here before I look through the numbers. It does seem like it's possible my guest may have just shown up. I wonder if he'll remember how to get into the house. Big Tramp, I'm not gonna tell you how to vote. I want you to make that decision. I just cover the information. I can tell you how I would vote. But that's just me. I want you to vote how you want to vote more than anything. I really do. I don't want to just tell you how to do it. It's your money. It's your choice. You really need to make that decision. Um, and I don't want you to just vote the way that we're never going to see eye to eye on everything, guys. As beautiful and amazing it would be as if we could all agree on the same things all the time, always. That won't always be the case. And so I don't want you to get stuck in this rut where you feel like you got to just do what it is I'm doing. I want you to be yourself. I want you to be you. I want you to make your own choices. I don't want you to sit here and vote the way that I feel. I'm an individual. You're an individual. Dr. Zena says it's right there in Aaron's new. What are you saying? It's right there in Aaron's new tweet, May 25th, 200,000 per share. If you just stretch the tweet a tiny bit, that's exactly what it says. Ooh, I think that's correct, Matt. I mean, you're telling me it's correct, so I believe you. But I think that we did some holiday trivia, and if I recall off the top of my head, Maine is one of the few states that does not. I think there's 7 states in total that have no AMC theaters, which it might be 6 now with some of the new theaters we picked up. Remtech says, guys, hey you guys, good morning again. You read the same thing, Zeno? Hold on a second here. Wait a minute. At 200 US AMC theaters on Wednesday, May 25th. I think he, I feel like you guys are making fun of me. I play on words. Got it. I got you guys. Loud and clear. The Big Tramp says if we have shares in different brokers, fee get to vote 3 times. Yes, but your votes only count for each share that you own. So it's not like you really get to vote 3 times. You're voting for each share that you own. Maggie wants her free popcorn. Maggie, you should take a trip somewhere. Go to googleflights.com and look and you can check out some, it'll direct you towards really cheap flights from wherever it is that you're at to someplace else. You could probably find a flight for like under $50 and go jump on that flight to another state and just go watch a movie. The movie will cost you, $75 to go watch, but you can go visit another state, have a night on the town, and then, spend a night in a hotel and then fly back on a round trip ticket. That's maybe $75 tops. In fact, I'll do it for you. Let's do it. I'm just going to make an assumption on where you live. I know it's Maine, but let's just see. Let's see. We'll do, we'll do that one. From Portland, Maine, you can fly to New York for $99 round trip. Most everything else is pretty expensive. You could go to Miami on a one-day 24-hour trip on the 25th to Miami for 150 bucks. That's kind of cool. Fly down there, fly down to Miami, go sit on the beach all day, go to the movie theater at night, spend the night in a hotel, fly back home the next day, have a nice little vacation. I know you're not making fun of me, doctor. I didn't take it that way. I'm good. Steven Siebert says, I thought this was supposed to be no options may, yet over 130,000 calls out of the money. Pathetic. You want to know what's worse, Steven? Let's take it a step further. Look at how many puts are out of the money. What do we have? 42,000. I got 42,000. It's gonna be different though because the numbers. I guess we're still over 15. Um, but yeah, you're right. Combine the two numbers and you got yourself 160,000 options that are out of the money. It's ridiculous. It's an addiction. We have a gambling addiction amongst us, and until those gamblers are either out of money or they decide to actually smarten up and realize that they're fighting against the house, we're going to continue to have problems. Fortunately, it does look like after this week, it does look like it's going to dry up. We'll take a look at the numbers. It's time to take a look at them anyways. Let's give ourselves a run through the numbers, and we'll see where it stands. Sounds like my guest is here. I bet he has a hard time getting in the house. I'm gonna laugh. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. This is the first look at the numbers, so I'm going to go over these a little bit more in depth. Price prediction tallies. Everybody on the board, all four of us have gotten price predictions correct all the first 3 days of this week. Today, for price predictions, I have 1425 to 1725. Eric has 14 to 17. Keto has 1439 to 1739, and Monty has 14.1 to 17.1. We also have Doug coming in with a price prediction that was only $2 range, and it was 14 to 16 something. I forget what it was exactly, but yeah, I think everybody's kind of in agreement that we're going to be in that 14 to 16 kind of range. Short exempt volume day over day increased from, I think it was like 30,000 to 55.6 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Utilization 61 straight trading days, 61 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase was a 1.35% increase in price. In the off exchange, I would expect to see around 43 to 44% traded in the off exchange by this time of the day. And in the CBOE EDGX, I would expect to see 10 to 11%. Let's update it and see where we're at. 45.41 on the off exchange and 13.75 in the EDGX. Those numbers are high on both. Both. My wife makes fun of me because I say both with an L. I don't know where it comes from. Both. I don't know. It's like milk. Milk. I don't know. Not milk. Milk. Updating Vortex. So far, they've borrowed 757. By the way, 3.31 million was the last number we saw borrowed on Vortex yesterday. That's very, very high. A lot of shares borrowed. So far this morning, we have 757,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's going to yet again increase estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.15%. Cost to borrow is up about 0.2 from what it was yesterday at 2.11. And let's take a look at institutional share ownership. Slightly down day over day from yesterday. let's refresh it and see where we're at. 189.016 was the last report. It's now 189.014. So another small decrease in institutional share ownership. Max pain for the day today is 1650. That's what it was yesterday. We started the week at 1750. Refreshing the options. Highest amount of volume at a $16 strike price, which is up from 15.5 yesterday. There's a total of 3.5 thousand contracts. That's pretty normal. That's an average number of contracts. On the put side, at a $15 strike price, which is $1 higher than what it was yesterday, there's currently 2.5 thousand contracts. That's a little low. The spread between the volumes, highest amount of volumes, is a $1 spread, signifying that we may close somewhere between $15 and $16 today. Let me move a couple of screens over. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the charting for Vortex data. See what that looks like. Utilization 100 or 61 days. I almost said 161. 61 straight trading days of utilization being 100% looks like that. Our on loan amount increasing day over day by about 2 million shares. It went from 130.67 to 130.6 or 132.6. That should have a decreasing effect on loan average age per day as you're taking on new loans, which it did. We dropped from 98.97 to 97.85. We're going to be looking for a bottom on this dip here. Vortex estimated short share interest, the free float rising as loans are being taken out, which that means that's short interest that is accruing or being accumulated rather. Here's your failure to delivers increasing over time. Threshold list, not yet. Security lending volume on a downtrend over the last 4 days. Orders by Fidelity customers due to low volume. We won't probably see AMC and GME really high on the list here. AMC currently in 23rd position compared to the 18th that we were in yesterday. We have 66% buys to 34% sales. We are buying the dip. GME is not on the list. I don't see him. Just low volume. I'm sure they have a good buy to sell ratio. $14.15 is SSR trigger price for the day today. We had gone down to 0 shares available to borrow. It's gone back up to 350. The amount of shares in the ETFs available to borrow has risen back up to 1.1 million shares. So no new shares having been borrowed since earlier this morning. Total shares borrowed so far for the day today 1.35 million. Look at this. 130.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 38.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. You add those two numbers together, you get 168,000 contracts out of the money. You add the in the money calls and put contracts, and you have 47,000 contracts to 168. Almost 69. Options dry up a little bit next week. The week after is starting to grow again. And then the really dry period is the 3 weeks after the weeks ending in 27, 6-3, and 6-10. Those numbers are super, super dry. I'm expecting to see something happen during that period of time. I don't know what, but it looks empty. The Nasdaq is down 3.17. The Dow Jones is down 1.64. The S&P 500 is down 2.15. The market is on fire, hot lava. Don't touch the carpet. It is super, super nasty out right now. 5,682 decliners to 1,810 advancers. It's starting to look like the temperatures are going to be here in Austin in the next week. Hot. Summer starting. The VIX is up 7.59%. IWM is down 2.3. Tesla is down 3.9. Amazon is down 5.63. Cinemark is down 2.06. Doge is down 2.67. Bitcoin is down 2.15. GME is down 4.69. HYMC is holding their run of over 30% and in continuing. Well, I take that back. It's actually kind of losing. It only opened up higher. It is starting to drop down from where it ran up in the pre-market yesterday. But gold should be performing well right now. But you can see the market's taking a tanking right now. Hood is down 1.88%. AMC is down 4.2. Let me move our I'm a pirate. Let's move our SSR trigger point to 1415, which is our current value for SSR trip. It's always off by 1 penny. Wow. Inflow and outflow numbers are pretty low. I actually can't, these numbers look really low. There's $2 million more in inflow than outflow right now on our flow. Volumes at 5.21 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on. It puts us on 43.2 million shares traded for the day-to-day pace. I suggested earlier in the pre-market we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure and what looks like to be a crossover occurring. There is 38.73 is our 38.73 is RSI, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.48, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.89, which is below average. And on a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI of 35.84, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.67. None of those time intervals have actually dropped below the, actually I take that back, this 5-minute did. It dropped into the oversold signal area right about here. And then we had a TD9 print shortly thereafter. And from the Bollinger Bands, you can see it got really close. It touched a couple times here. And is probably going to try and push back towards the simple moving average unless there's a lot of pressure to continue to move this down further. The VIX is up 9.6% for the day today. It's still continuing to rise. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Salty Dog, thank you for taking care of our friend there from the best adult dating site in the world. Oh boy. Casey, does it appear if retail is exhausted on AMC GME? No. We're still buying. If that were the case, I would expect to see us have maybe more closer to like a 50-50 range on our buy to sell ratios on like Fidelity. But on the orders, we're still getting high buying. We're still getting a good buy to sell ratio, and we're still remaining on the top 30 list on Fidelity. So I would say no. That's probably one of the best indicators that I look at in regards to whether or not the support that we have. Now I'll tell you what I have seen, Stephen, is that every time price really starts to rise, I see what appears to be less enthusiasm about buying on price rises, and more emphasis placed into buying into options, which is the exact wrong thing to do. If you want to continue to see price rise, you have to continue to see buying pressure even as price rises. So if there was ever a period of time where you might see exhaustion right now, it's when price starts to rise. People want to go for the quick money in the options. And unfortunately, that's the exact opposite of what we need to do. Because everybody seems to think, well, I'll just go make some quick money on options, turn that into buying pressure when the price goes down. That doesn't help us. You don't want to buy when the price is moving down. You want to buy when the price is moving up. Maggie, I don't know her. And no. I'm just teasing. I don't have that screen up if that's what you're asking. Until cost to borrow goes up significantly, nothing will happen. Shaw, do you agree? No. I think we need to see volume. I don't agree. I think what we really are looking for is high levels of volume to start spiking. And that's when you're going to see price ripping. Not necessarily this time. The very first time that we see volume increase, we probably won't necessarily see price increase. But there will be periods of time where we see spikes in price and random spikes in price and volume in this next cycle. I do expect to see that. But until we see, and I predicted between 20 and 40 million shares in volume today. Let me just throw this out at you. A spike in volume doesn't have to be very high right now when we have only 26 million shares being traded for the most part. Most days are trading somewhere between 20 and 30 million shares. A spike in volume could put us somewhere between like 50 and 60 million shares traded in a day. And you go like, that's not much. Well, our average 3-month volume is 49.98 million. So it would be higher than our average 3-month volume. And it would be a doubling of our total volume traded day over day. So that's what we're really waiting to see is like a big spike in volume. It'll come. It's just the market has to be exhausted from moving price downwards. Maggie says, Casey, I'm totally confused. it was supposed to be funny, Maggie. Just ignored me. Crude humor. Super Steven says volume can come out of nowhere, most likely an institution buying up supply or a large short getting out. That's 100% correct. And it will literally come out of nowhere, just like you said. So when I keep saying 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day, you could see something happen in the later portion of one day where we're definitely on pace for 20 to 40 million shares for the day, and just all of a sudden out of nowhere, volume just spikes like crazy. That I would actually expect to see that happen. Space Ape says, don't take this the wrong way, but with all the knowledge about stocks, especially with AMC, how come you don't trade daily for extra income? I'm tired. I'm tired. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want to focus on anything else right now, Space Ape. I really want to just focus on AMC. I think historically speaking, I think that this is a very unique thing that is happening. I think I think historically speaking, I want to be focused on this because it is so unique that I would hate the idea that I was focused on something else and something happen and me not see it, and it would bother me. It would really bother me. And I've done plenty of trading in my lifetime. I've done plenty of trading, and I don't need to do any more. So I'm not really interested in being focused on anything else other than this. And you have to take the bad with the good. 9 months of covering market manipulation going down and getting 2 weeks of market just absolutely shooting through the roof is worth it to me. This whole year-long process, this year and let's see, I've been in this a year and 3 months, just a little over a year and 3 months. A year and 3 months worth of, is that right? Yeah, that's right. 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 2. It's a year and four, it's a little over a year and 4 months. Is so much worth more to me. Like I can be incredibly patient for a year and 4 months. I can be patient for 2 years. It doesn't matter how long this is going to take for me. The reward in the end will pay off. And I can't even imagine not being focused on something else and not seeing everything happen as it unfolds. Maggie says, Casey, did Adam Aaron sell his position in HYMC? I don't know the answer to that. Is that showing up someplace? I wouldn't believe that to be the case. I could do that. I really could do that, Space Ape, but I don't feel the need to. I'll tell you another thing too, Space Ape. Another thing is that I can't if I wanted to focus on that, I couldn't do this channel. I just couldn't. I would need to stop doing this channel, and I would need to be doing a lot more research. Um, I'm dedicated to what it is that I'm doing, and I don't want to go down that road. Thanks, Gary. To be honest, Space Ape, I've got everything I need. I've got everything that I need, and I don't need anything. It's not about greed anymore. It's not about needing more. And I'm not trying to say anybody who's trying to get more is greedy. I'm just saying I've got what I need, and I don't need more. I could have more, but I don't need more. No, but how is he reporting such a windfall if he didn't sell? Where did he report this? Did he post a new tweet? I don't see anything. Hal 9000 says, any thoughts on this story? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citibank, and Morgan Stanley are on the verge of a catastrophic default. You just wait. Once they start calling, once they, those are the kind of things that cause margin calls. When they need their money, they're going to start calling for it. Running a food truck is hard enough, anyways. You know, it'd be awesome. It would be awesome to like drive around in the big tramp and hand out free tacos. Wouldn't that be cool? Like you just drive up and down the coastline handing out free tacos to surfers and beachgoers just for the hell of it. Free tacos. Imagine the happy faces. Super Steven says, I tell Tony DeNaro all the time to stop day trading while answering questions in the chat on stream. All it takes is 1 second and you can mess something up, stream or trade, not at the same time. I totally agree, Super Steven. And I'm doing this for 9 hours. So it's either I trade or I stream. And I've got, I've got ADD. It's one or the other. I can't do both. It's not going to happen. If I'm going to focus on trading, I'm going to focus on trading because the stream's going to have to get put aside. I can't, I cannot do both. You have to be paying very close attention. You have to be very accurate in your numbers. One tiny little slip up is all it takes, and you lose lots and lots of money. Just, it's very easy to do. You have to know your limitations. Ape Sarah says, I never would have guessed that today would be a red day after yesterday's green day. Yeah, I hear you. A lot of people weren't expecting it. I told you. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. It could still turn green. But Donkey Kong says, who will be more interested in the content you provided after the squeeze? People in the stock world or people in the psychology world? Ooh, that is a great question, but Donkey Kong. One of these days, I need to tell you a story about a psychology study that I took part in. Somewhere out there is probably a video in a psychology department of me being the stubborn person that I am, and I'm probably a case study, and I hate knowing that. You'd be known by all as the taco guy. Thank you, BioLife. I like to think so. I think she'd like to think so. I'm just kidding. What did Sammy say? I missed what Sammy must have said. PC3 said one slip, Pink Floyd. Gus says it's going to get to 3 cents of SSR and it's going to go back up. We've seen that happen before, Gus, haven't we? Steven says it was an options trap. They needed more people to buy options, so they let it run a little bit. I mean, it makes the most sense. Steven, you ain't even close to being wrong there. If it smells like a turd, if it looks like a turd, and if it tastes like a turd, don't step in it. Stop stepping in these turds they keep leaving. They will continue to let price run so long as we just don't step in the turds. Joe took a little bit of a break. Watching the line is tough. It's tough to do, and I would encourage all you guys. You don't have to sit here and watch the line. Just because I'm putting on a show every single day doesn't mean that you have to sit here and watch the line every single day. Take a break. If you guys are feeling like the price movement is getting to you, set some price alerts on your phone, 50, 75, $100, whatever you want to set it at, and walk away and take a break. There's been plenty of people who've reported to me that they've gone away and not watched the price for a week, come back and felt so much more like healthy mentally. So please, please listen to me when I tell you, you don't have to watch this daily. It's not gonna, if you're watching, just watch it just to hear me laugh about things, and that's it. Not because you are really curious about what price is going to do, but because you just want to see some humor as we're going along. I don't believe earnings is being reported today. I thought it was next week. What day was it again? The 8th or the 9th? 9th. It's the 9th that the earnings report's coming out. Maggie, you have no idea. I'm a serious head case. I'm a loner, Dottie. I'll tell you, I'm a strange individual. I'm a perfect psychologist petri dish. Storytime Thursday. You guys want a story? I could tell the story about the psychology study that I was in. Let me try to read through what you guys are saying here. Doctor says I watch your show, but I don't pay any attention. That's perfect. That's excellent. Thick says I just give I just let the live stream run in the background to give you a synthetic view. I really like that. Captain Austin says, I don't mind watching this daily since I realize that you can't be a victim of the market's psychological warfare when you're already brain dead. I'm not sure if that's a compliment that I've caused you to become brain dead, Captain Awesome, or if it's the market that's caused you to be brain dead. I'm not sure which, but hats off to you for being brain dead, for being brain dead. Spaceship says, I'm not sure about others, but I try to watch your stream every day for some inspiration and hope on AMC. That's got to come from within, Space Ape. You're going to have to find that inspiration. I want, every single day, I want you to think about your 5 whys. If you've been watching for a while, you remember that we talked about our 5 whys. If you haven't been watching for a while, there was a show I did one day where we talked about, I want you to know what your 5 whys are. Why did you buy? I want you to act like you're a kindergartner asking yourself the question, why? Why did you buy AMC? Start with that question. Why did you buy AMC? Answer that question. Why to that question? Why? 5 times. Get to the root cause of why you're here. If you don't understand your root cause for why you're here, then you'll never understand or have that hope and conviction to what it is that you need to continue to do what it is that you need to do, because you won't understand why you're here. And in order to have that inspiration that you need to have that conviction, and you need to understand why. I can't give it to you. They have to be your own whys. Apes RS says, I take a drink every time Casey says just the tip. Well, let's do a little charting here, shall we? Because I just said it once. Let's see here. It does appear like we might be on a descending parallel channel. There would be no tips on that. I don't know where my guest is, and I hear a lot of sirens, and I hope that's not good. I hope that's not who I think it is. We'll see if he's coming. I just texted him to see. Did the SEC accept the GME filing about the stock split? I don't know if that's the case or not, Maggie. I have not heard anything about it, but I have not heard anything about. I mean, they're supposed to vote on the 2nd. I think the vote. I would imagine that the vote would have to come first from the shareholders. Let me think about that. Actually, maybe it would come from the SEC first. No, it would come from the SEC first. The SEC would approve, and then they would issue the vote, because there would be no reason to do. They wouldn't tally up to see how many people they had to send proxies out for. Yeah, that's a great question, because they have like what, just a little less than a month left here to come up with that answer. I haven't heard anything negative. Sammy's asking if Chan Chan got laid off. We haven't seen Chan Chan in forever. I felt like Habib was the new Chan Chan. Habib is a little bit more. It seems like maybe they might be paying a little bit more for some educated shilling. Potentially, they may have upgraded their shills. Level two. I don't know. It's hard to say, but we haven't seen Chan Chan in forever. I hope he's doing okay. He was probably making some good money for his family. Remtax says, "Go to dead." Brian says, "I thought Bad Back was Chan Chan. Bad Back is way too educated to be Chan Chan." Habib's like, "I'm here, boys. Chill." Habib, you heard? Were your ears tingling? I'm glad to see you're here, Habib. I'm just out of curiosity, Habib. Uh, y- are they paying you good? That's all I really want to know. I just want to make sure they're paying you good. Because if they're not paying you good, um, then that's a great question, Habib. Um, I'm gonna lean back on what Dr. Barry Burry. I always want to call him by the wrong name. Dr. Burry, Michael Michael Burry. I'm gonna lean back on what he said in his post 15 hours ago. After 2000, the Nasdaq had 16 bear market rallies, greater than 10%, averaging 22.7 before bottoming down 78%. After 1929, the Dow had 10 bear market rallies, greater than 10%, averaging 22.8% before bottoming down 89%. We had a rally yesterday. We had a rally very similar to perhaps maybe something like, I don't know, one of these. Let's take a look at SPY and take a look at it and see if it looks like any one of these movements in here. I'm not sure what the time frame on these is. Okay, each one of these data plots here is a day, probably, if I had to guess. September. Oh, it's more than that. Each one of these plot points is probably a week. This is a pretty huge time frame here, but he's trying to show a large period of time. And but let's take a look at the SPY and just kind of see how that looks. Is there any kind of similarities that we can draw from that? Man, oh, there it is. I was gonna say, I know I've looked at SPY recently. Let's go to the daily. Do I want to go to daily? Let's not do daily. Well, yeah, let's do daily. It looks like it's still running down to me. Yeah, sure had a rally yesterday. The overall thesis is still down. The VIX is up 14.71%, guys. Still no response. Well, I thought I would be heading out of here by now, but apparently not the case. I don't know, Sam. I mean, they're gonna have to step in and do something. If they don't, I mean, the market's really starting to run. Yeah, what do you think? I like who said that. Tell Dog 424. Welcome to the channel. I haven't seen the name before, but how much you want to bet that gets down to like 28? What do you think? Do you think it can hit 28? I'm kind of thinking it can. Can you clarify what do you think Michael Burry was trying to say with those Nasdaq stats heading towards recession? Yes. He's saying that you can absolutely have rallies in the market. You can have some very large rallies in the market before you see absolute tankings in the market. The market steps down the same way it steps up. Prometheus says, I say enough stock talk. Let's pile into Casey's van and head to the beach. Surf time. Margaritas, tacos, and surfing. Let's go. I'm all for it. I'm down. Tell Dog 424 says 26K. I mean, I don't disagree with you, man. I was more inclined to say 28, but I know where you're coming from with saying 26, and I kind of I was being a little conservative when I went with 28, but I definitely saw the point at 26 where a good stopping point or a level of support at 26. Pantheon sent you? Well, tell Pantheon I said hi, and he is a good guy. I like Pantheon. As Jack Nicholson would say, you can't handle the truth. I love Jack Nicholson. He's one of my probably top 20 favorite actors. Our weather here. So today's supposed to be a rainy day. In fact, we had a 100% forecast for rain here, and then my wife said that we have nothing but 90-degree weather for the rest of this week going forward. And I was like, oh man, summer's really starting to kick in. The Shining, he was brilliant. Pro Jeweler says that in The Shining, he was brilliant. I mean, I like him. Look, I want to ask you a question. Here's a great movie question for you, though. We all saw Jack Nicholson play the Joker, but it was in the more comical, like less serious kind of version of Jack Nicholson. If he played the same role as Heath Ledger, if he played that same role, do you think he could have done it as well as Heath Ledger did with a more serious role than the comical role? Just asking, because I personally believe that he could have pulled off the Heath Ledger version of Joker just as good, if not better, than Heath Ledger. Now I know everybody's very partial to Heath Ledger, but I think the difference is who wrote the script and the script that was done. The character that Jack Nicholson played was the character that was written for the script that he played it in. And I think that if he had to do the Heath Ledger version, he would have done it just as good. and quite frankly, I think he was a little upset that he was not asked to do it. It was probably because he was too old. I think they were looking for somebody younger. But I'm telling you right now, I think he could have played the darker version. Prometheus says Jack Nicholson reminds me of my Marine stepdad that raised me. Oh man, that's rough. I'm not going to disagree with you, Super Steven. I want you have to set what I'm saying aside, right? I'm not trying to talk bad about Heath Ledger. I'm just focusing on Jack Nicholson. I'm saying, do you think with that role, the script that was written for that role, do you think that Jack Nicholson could have played it better? Or not better than Heath Ledger, but better than the previous script that he was given in the role that we know him as the Joker? Because I really think he could have. I think he could have played the darker, serious side just as well as he played the more comical, flamboyant Joker that we saw from the originals that he was in. Because I know I get that a lot. I get that a lot, Super Steven. Like people feel like when I say that I'm trying to trash on Heath Ledger, and I'm not. I'm not trying to trash on him. Actually, I didn't like his performance to begin with, and I actually love it now. It just grew on me over time, and I don't really understand why or how, but it really did grow on me over time. But I think it was just because I love Jack Nicholson as an actor, and I felt like Heath Ledger kind of came in and I felt like Jack Nicholson could have done the job, and I was upset that they brought in somebody else that I didn't know who he was. And he did a great job. Ledger did a great job at what he did. I just feel like Jack Nicholson could have done a great job too. Yucca says, I met Heath Ledger when I worked at Circuit City, sold him a nice surround sound, nice person. I bet you made a fat check. I bet you made some good money. Because I would imagine it probably wasn't a cheap surround sound. Does does Super Steven have any new videos? Just out of curiosity. I haven't looked to see. We need Dave Chappelle on the board. Yes, the VIX is about to hit that. Good call out, JG. It's funny because we were at 35 like last week, or yeah, I think it was last week we were at 35, and then they brought it back down. Now it's just heading right back. The time between failures right now, JG, is becoming smaller and smaller. Every time they inject cash into the market, the time between failure, the TBF, I probably should just call it time between failures, but the time between failures is becoming less and less and less. And I feel like they injected money yesterday even, and now we're already starting to see a failure in the market again. Super Steven says, let's get this poker night rolling, Casey. It's going to be Saturday night. I don't have a specific time set up, but we could do I'd like to do 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, if that's okay with you guys, just because that's when I would be able to start playing. We could do like a tournament style setup, on the Discord, and we can just discuss it. Tell Dog says Bitcoin's taking a dump. It's only down 3.74. I'm more inquisitive about the VIX and how much further that can run. Oh, I bet it's dipping. Cole says SPY is. I'll bet it's dipping. With the VIX up 6.96%, I bet it's dipping nice. Let's check it out. It's 10 o'clock, guys. It's time to take a look at our numbers. Let's check out this SPY real quick. That's the hourly. It's down almost 3%. We should play a game of can you tell where they injected money into the market? Oh, by the way, speaking of which, it was 1.8 trillion on the reverse repos yesterday. Just throwing that out there in case anybody was wondering. Can you tell where they injected money in the market? Oh man, Will Smith for board member. Keep the ape's name out of your mouth. Wait. What am I talking about? Oh yeah. Moving on. Let's do stats. What do we got going on here? Let me move a couple pages over and we'll take a look. Off exchange. Around this time of the morning, I would expect to see around 49% in the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX around 12%. 11 to 12. Refreshing, we have 43% in the off exchange. That's really, really low. EDGX is at 13.81, so a lot of price discovery is being hidden into the ETFs, but they are not using the off exchange hardly at all today. Those are really low, really low numbers. Taking a look at Vortex data, let's give that a refresh and see where we're at there. An hour ago, there was a borrow of 757,000 shares. It's now 741. Slight change. Won't have much impact to the estimated current short share interest of the free float at 19.14. Cost to borrow is at 2.11%. It's about where it was an hour ago. And moving over to the options. Highest amount of volume currently at a $16 strike price for the calls. An hour ago, there was 3.5 thousand contracts. There's now 6.6. Not quite a doubling. Excuse me. At a At a $15 strike price, an hour ago there was 2.5 thousand contracts for the puts. There is now 3.4. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume for puts versus calls. The call to put ratio is still showing that we may have a closing price somewhere between $15 and $16, even though that's not where we're really at right now. That's what the options are kind of signaling for. Volume is very low, so we're not going to probably see AMC and GME on the top 10 list here. Tesla's number one, just kind of throwing that out there. But we do have AMC holding 20th position. We slipped a couple more spots, I think, and but look at this. We're buying the dip. This is what Super Steven was asking me earlier. You know, do we see retail being exhausted? 74% buys to 26% sales as we move down in price. No, we're not exhausted. We're absolutely 100% buying the dips. GME coming, GME was not on the list earlier this morning, and I still don't see them up on the list. So they have low volume, low quantity of orders, but even though they have low volume and low order ratios, they usually still have a good buy to sell ratio. SSR triggers at $14.15 today. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares since an hour ago. Out of the available amount, out of the ETFs, they've only done, they took out 50,000 here, and then they took out an additional 50,000, so 100K. 150,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 1.5 million shares borrowed for the day today. Notice that the fee has increased for borrowing from 1% to 1.1%. We currently have 134.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 4.4 that are in the money. 32.4 thousand contracts are out of the money for the puts versus 44.3 that are in the money. Hopefully I said that right. Tongue twisters. Words. So hard. NASDAQ is down 4.47%. The Dow Jones is down 2.7%. The S&P 500 is down 3.3%. We currently have 5,923 decliners to 1,598 advancers. The market is on fire. Hot lava floors. Don't touch the carpet. Look out. VIX is down 18.92 and has broken $30. IWM is down 3.84, Tesla is down 6.78, Amazon is down 7.25, Cinemark is down 3.93, Doge is down 5.78, Bitcoin is down 5.18, GME is down 8.44, HYMC is up 15.36, gold is up still, but do note that it's only up because of the opening price after market hours was causing it to be up from yesterday. So in total, it's only 15.36% compared to yesterday's closing price, even though it managed to get up 33% in the aftermarket hours. Hood is down 3.86 and AMC is down 6.36%. We currently have more inflow than outflow by roughly $3 million, 3.1. And 9.69 million shares having been traded so far. Low volume. 9.7 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. My guest for the day just texted me back and said that they overslept, which is completely fine. I don't blame them. When you get time off, that's one of the nice things about life is you just sleep a little bit longer. 38.6 million shares having is the pace that we're on for the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. That's actually still not a... Let me make sure I did my math right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did my math right. Hold on one second. Let me just try one more time. Oops. What did I do wrong there? Yeah, 38.4 million shares is the pace we're on for the end of the day today. A little bit higher than I would have expected. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.32, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.31. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure with a crossover within the last 2 hours, with RSI at 35.21, which is signaling, getting really close to signaling oversold on the hourly. On the 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.99, which is signaling for oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a double dip into the range of, triple dip into the oversold range for the day today, with RSI currently at 32.1, which is very, very low. Not very, very. The 30-minute was very, very, because it was down at 27 a minute ago. Now it's at 29. Or is it the hourly? Yeah, it was the 30-minute. So yeah, a triple dip into oversold territory, or signaling for our RSI on the 5-minute interval. Pulling up the Bollinger Bands here, you'll see that we have a decent amount of volatility. So as prices moved down this morning, we have not seen what I would consider to be price touching. I mean, there are some significant points here where it does kind of seem to touch a little bit, but volatility is starting to pinch down a little bit now. We are getting closer to SSR tripping at 14.15. Let's see if we can kind of get an idea on if there's going to be like a time frame for when this is going to, where this dying price pool is going to start maybe breaking out, going back up again. Let's see what we got going on here. This might be a parallel channel. Let me just check it and see. I have a feeling it's more of a descending wedge, but let's check it out. I mean, there could be an argument to say that we're on a descending parallel channel here. I've got at least 2 touch points starting at about 9:53 this morning, and then we have the bottom side over here touching at least 2, maybe 3 times. This would be a bullish signal when it breaks out. Oftentimes where you see these Fibonacci retracements, those do sometimes end up being trigger points or consolidation points to where you see price breaking out, leaving out just the tip. Somebody just took a shot. So you could draw something like that and say that there might be a breakout there. Or you could draw something down here and say there might be a breakout down here. So you see like a level of support followed by a level of resistance, and you see consolidation in the breakout. Doesn't always happen, but I do draw those in there every once in a while just to kind of show like potential areas where you could see a breakout. This support line right here is at $14.64. The next one is $14.30, and then the one after that would be the SSR triggering at $14.15. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Earnings is on the 9th after market close. Tano. Super Steven says, Casey, to predict earnings on AMC, I've been watching, somebody wrote something and I couldn't see it. Movies, let's see. I've been tracking box office wins and losses on movies, and it has helped a lot. Sonic 2 did well for us, but we have unfortunately had some big movies bomb recently. Yeah, the Harry Potter movie didn't do as well as we would have thought. Sonic did pretty well. I saw your post on it, I think, on Twitter. I think it was your post, maybe in somebody else's, and I kind of keyed in on it. I thought it was kind of odd that some of the movies weren't as good as we would have suspected. I mean, with Harry Potter and I forget what the other one was, to see everybody cheering about Sonic still, which I haven't seen yet. I should go see that. Prometheus says they're trying to pump up the SPY by moving funds around 3-card Monty style. Hey, wait. I forgot about this, guys. It's been a long time. Hold on a second. I got a phone call. Hello? Ah, yes. Gary, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind kind of taking a look at what's going on in the market right now? I mean, it's kind of sucky. Not gonna lie. All right, cool, thanks. Good old Gazer Beam Gary here is back to watch our market for us. It's been a while since we had good old Gazer Beam Gary. Man, it's been a long time since we've had good old Gazer Beam Gary on here. Raise your hand if you remember Gazer Beam Gary. It's been a hot minute. Pro Jeweler says, "Hey Casey, can you play Teddy Swims Broke after the intro Friday?" I know that sounds a little Casey Kasem request, but I think you'll like it. You know what, Pro Jeweler? I used to listen a lot to Casey Kasem. It was his weekends, right? Didn't he have like a weekend show? I used to listen to him a lot when I was younger as a kid, and I was like, man, what a cool job that guy has. And where he sits there and he talks about each one of the groups, tells you like some cool, interesting fact you didn't know, and then plays a song. I'm like, I want to do that job when I'm older. I would love to fill Casey Kasem's shoes, but nobody could fill his shoes, to be honest. Iconic person, in my opinion. Cole says, love how you have to double check your math all the time, even though you come off as the smartest guy in the community. Nah, man, I make mistakes. We all do. Sub has the boss says S&P 500 is going down to 3,900. The Nasdaq's the lowest you've seen in years. Oh man, wait. I'm playing catch up here. Hold on a second. Steven said, okay, I finally took the risk and transferred everything out of Robinhood. 7 days was scary. I think in the end, Steven, I think you'll feel better about it though. I think you'll feel better. The Gary Gensler show. Well, oh my gosh, Gary Gensler, good old Gazer Beam Gary's watching the line, and it does appear like that may be having some kind of effect on what's happening with the price. I don't know. Wait a minute. Serbika, are you telling me that Casey Kasem was Shaggy's voice on Scooby? No. Hold on a second. Get the hell out of here. I did not know this. What? No way. I find that like so fascinating. I had no idea. I'm floored right now. I'm 46 years old and had no idea that was the case. I had no idea, Cole. Or no, who wrote that? Who wrote that? Son of a gun, who wrote this? Why can't I find it? Serbika. Serbika, I had you literally just this is why I call this a learning channel. I had no idea. I literally had no idea that Casey Kasem was Shaggy's voice on Scooby-Doo. And thank you, Cole, for the compliment. I wish I was. But my gosh, that is insane. That I can't believe I'm 46 years old and had no idea. Joe's saying, did the hedgies create the MOASS narrative to just pump price and use retail liquidity to sell into? I don't think so. Guys, I'm 40. Oh, well, if I'm making you feel old because I told you my age, but I can't help you there. But I feel at 46 years old, I should have known that about Casey Kasem, and I had no idea. I literally had no idea. Don't listen to DSG. Don't you listen to that guy. If you didn't know that, how are you giving people investment advice? Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, Duncan, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. Dr. Zena says you didn't know who really voiced Shaggy. I'm out of here. I had no clue. I never would have put two and two. I'm really good with voice, figuring out who voices were done by, and that one never would have guessed it. I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen to some Shaggy um, talking moments on video and just see if I can't hear it. My birthday's in July. Tell dog. July 13th. I'm a Cancer. I'm a Cancer. I didn't know that Mark Hamill did Joker for a long time. And when I found out, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody does the Joker's voice better than Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is in my book is the best Joker voice you can possibly. I mean, he does the Joker voice better than anybody. Get the hell out of here. Are you, Serbika, are you telling me that Kit was Casey Kasem? No. No. Hold on. Hold on. No, that was It says here William Daniels and Val Kilmer, which actually I wouldn't have known that either about either of those two. You know, it's gonna feel a lot like that. Sub has the boss. It's gonna feel really crummy. I mean, I've been expecting it to get down to as far as like 73. Is it 73? Hold on a second. 13. Yeah, I think it was 73 for a while now. So, I mean, this is just more part of the process. It's it's gonna get scary, especially when the whole market's on fire. Actually, I can see Mark Hamill doing Chucky. That makes sense. I mean, oh, wait, hold on a second, guys. There's a knock on the door. I have a special guest here. 1 second. Be right back. Hey, hon, you want to answer that? All right, I'm back. Is it Adam Aaron? No, my special guest is my son. My son Bradley is here.
Hi everyone. It's hold those stocks and I don't know.
AMC to the moon.
Yeah, AMC to the moon. Yeah.
Bradley came to visit from. It was a surprise visit. So this is my son, my oldest son, who's serving in the military. He got some time off. He got some leave, and he flew out here. And I went to my oldest son's recital, his band recital, and I'm sitting down in a chair. And next thing I know, I have this like tapping on the shoulder. And what did you say? I can't remember.
Something along the lines of "You're looking mighty fine, sir," and you're just complimenting your looks, and just sort of try to surprise them.
And I was just like, oh my gosh, my son. I haven't seen you in like, it's almost been a year.
Yeah, it's the last time we saw each other was when we went on that road trip together to see me off to my station, and it's been a while. It's almost a year and a half at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, guys, I'm gonna probably end the show here. I'm gonna keep the show running. Does Bradley know Al from Boston? No.
No, I do not.
No, he doesn't know Al from Boston.
Casey has been living in his van for some time now. You know, that car, he gave it to me when I was first. Oh, that van. Oh, never mind. Oh, man.
Yeah.
God, should I be concerned? You're living in it.
I'm
A
living.
taco truck.
I'm living in a taco truck. It's my lowrider big tramp.
Well, should I be concerned with a big tramp?
You should be concerned with a big tramp. You military guys should always be
Oh yeah.
concerned about those big tramps. Always. So I'm going to go ahead and put myself in the back of the big tramp. Um, and then if anybody wants to get on in the back of the big tramp, you guys are more than welcome to create your own show for the day today. So I am now sitting in the back of the big tramp, and if anybody wants to join into the back of the big tramp, you're more than welcome to. And you guys can talk about the stock market as it's happening, as it's unfolding on the Discord, and be responsible for making the show happen. Continue on as my son and I go out and have a chance to just kind of spend some time together. And I mean, he flew all this way out here. I'm not going to just sit here on the show and watch the line when I have this rare opportunity. Danny R said, "Have a taco or two or three or four for us."
I'll have 5. How about that?
He's gonna go for 5. He's got a big stomach on him now, huh?
Oh yeah.
Military guys can eat.
For sure. I'm actually one of the smallest eaters, but I still think that one of my portion sizes are more than average than the typical. I don't know. You're a big guy too, so.
He looked down at my stomach first before he said that. Space Ape says, "Have a great time with your son. Thank you very much. Appreciate that."
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna try to make the most of my time as I'm here. It's wonderful, getting off the line and just being able to enjoy time with your family. It's one of the best things that you can honestly enjoy in life.
Everything I say at the very end of every single day. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your pets. That is one of the things that I always say to you guys every day. And I say, get out and do something. So I'm going to leave by example. I'm going to leave good old Gazareem Gary over here to watch the line as you guys say what it is that you've got to say. Get out of here, go eat. I'm hungry. Did you eat this morning yet?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you
But
did eat?
We can.
Well, we still have like another hour and a half before lunchtime, so that's cool. Let's see. I don't see anybody in the back of the big tramp. So if you guys, I'm gonna post up the Discord one more time for you guys, and if you guys want, you're more than welcome to jump into the back of the big tramp and say whatever it is you want to say about what's going on with the price here. It does look like we consolidated just a little bit here, and it looks like we're attempting to break out of the ascending or descending parallel channel. Almost breaking out. It looks like it's trying to break out right real close to that box area there, although it does have a TD9, which means it probably will come back down and maybe some more consolidation. Maybe you'll see it'll break out a little bit later. But that does appear to be what we're heading on or towards. Whether or not this is going to break out heavily upwards or if it's going to come back down in and chase towards that SSR tripping at $14.15 remains to be seen. I'm going to kind of leave you guys with a little bit of a spread here on price just in case while I'm gone. But you can see that the yellow lines are levels of support and resistance depending on where the price is. And let's see, if I leave you a price point between 1370 and 1722, I think that should be a pretty good. I think that should be pretty good. I'm going to put the Bollingers back up so you can see that.
Looks like everyone's telling us to, get out of here already and stop procrastinating by Prometheus. So, want to do some fun?
Let's do some fun. Alrighty, guys. I'm out. I will leave the show running. It's up to you guys to do what you guys want to do, and I'll see you. If I can come back and wrap up the show towards the end of the day, the end of the market day, I'll probably do that and maybe just close everything out and do the usual closeout of the show. But until then, you guys are in mighty good hands with each other. You guys are a great community. Take care, and I'll see you guys a little bit later.
We're the only one in the van here. AKC. You there, KC? Or you driving?
Testing, testing. Anybody hear me?
Can you hear me? if you get $150 worth. All right, this is pretty cool. You ever use like a single blade razor? There's a little bit of a learning curve, but once you get used to it, it's great. So this one is made by Shuttle, and this head right here is.
Hello, hello, hello. Test, 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 test. Hello, test.
Just 3 words. Billy.